What's up, guys? Welcome to tonight's festivities. My name is Josh Lau. With me in the casting booth here, I got my good friends Nathan Crawford and Alan Lau. It's gonna be a good evening. Nathan, you and I just got back from pre-release. That was good fun.
Yep, enjoyed it.
Yep. You as always, you got lucky and opened something nice. But
of course,
yeah.
we ended up getting the Cold Full Shield.
Yep.
We take it.
Yep. Alan, have you gotten to go to a pre-release yet?
I will get into a pre-release tonight. Have you opened the grains eventually?
Nobody at the pre-release opened grains, so I'm probably just gonna have to get one from one of our sponsors, Magnolia Gaming. If you guys are looking to buy some sealed product, they have that available on the website. They also sell singles, and they're one of the new sponsors for TheCardGuyz in 2024. So thank you to Magnolia Gaming. Also want to shout out Dragon Shield and Fabric.gg, two other sponsors of TheCardGuyz. All right, let's take a look at the matchups for tonight. So as you guys can see, this is the scoreboard. We're going to be coming back to here after every single match. Alan, can you mute yourself when you're not talking, because there's some background noise?
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, so as you guys can see, we have our scoreboard here. We're going to be playing all 5 games, no matter the results of the matches. So first up, we have our very own Ed Knight going up against Kaiser Wong. Bravo versus Kassai. Bravo got a couple new toys. Kassai got a ton of new toys. In fact, she got a new hero card. Then we have getting a new hero card is pretty big, right? Then we have myself playing Olympia up against David Yao playing Kayo. Then we got Mr. Regular Degular himself, Nathan Crawford, against Nova Chan playing Dori versus Victor. That should be good. Then the only duplicate, we have Sebastian Cavallo playing Kayo against Alan Lau. That's you, Alan. Playing Betsy. And then finally we have Willie B on Prism against Jack Tang on Rhinar. Just quickly looking at these, Nathan and Alan, what do you guys think of these matchups, just in general?
I mean, it looks like some pretty rough matchups on our end, if I'm being honest. It's like
that's what I was thinking as well.
if you look at Bravo versus Kassai, Kassai gets the bonus on the Centauri Sabers when blocking with attacks. That's kind of what Bravo's trying to do. So there's like some pushback there. Then you have my match against Nova, Dori running into a wall kind of situation, and then Prism versus Rhinar at the end. So like 3 matches are pretty rough. But with that being said, Kayo should do pretty well into Betsy, I would assume. And I'm not sure about the Olympia in Kayo game. But we got our work cut out for us, and we'll see how it ends up.
Yep. Alan, what do you think about these 5 matchups here?
Just like Nathan say, I think we get slightly advantage on the matchup line, but we need to test it out whether the new card helps to shape the matchup a lot.
Okay.
And personally, I would love to see the new Prism. Is it doing good or not?
Yeah, Prism in the past metagames was a big it was one of the pillars of the previous metagames for several years. So if Prism does return to her former glory, that will definitely shake up the meta. This is actually the largest meta shakeup that we've had for quite a while. We've never really had 5 new heroes, and if you count Prism entering 6 new heroes entering a CC format. So this should be very, very exciting RTN season, and heading into the first Pro Tour of the year. But yeah, so up first we got Ed Knight against Kaiser Wong, Bravo versus Kassai. Let's take a look at another graphic that our very own Kyle Jones so graciously prepared for us. Look at that. Looks nice. All right, so let's just jump into the game. Enough talking. Let's get this going. All right. Go for it. Did the players know that they could begin? They may not know that.
I'll hop in there and tell
Go
them
hop
real
in
quick.
there. Yeah, we normally have a queen on the board that we move when it is time to go. All right. Okay. All right. So I just want to make sure everybody in chat, does everything look and sound good on your end? I kind of want to make sure. It's been a while.
While we get confirmation from chat that everything is rolling smoothly, I've very recently, in the past 15 seconds, decided I'm gonna move to Hong Kong.
Really?
and you're probably wondering why, right? Well, if you look at the top right corner, like Nova's ping is 6. Just 6.
Yes.
I would kill for that type of internet, bro.
Yes.
Like, oh my goodness.
Single digit ping. Like Nathan and I didn't even have 6 ping when we were hosting a private game. We had like 90, and we lived like an hour and a half away from each other.
Oh man, 6 ping. The internet of dream.
Josh, I can't
That's what I
hear
get for living out in the boonies in Alabama.
All right, roll time.
Yeah, it feels better when you have a smooth internet.
Yes, for sure. All right, so equipment has been revealed. Opening hands have been drawn. Of note, I think this is a very, very interesting. Kaiser coming in with the Crown of Dominion plus Tunic instead of grains of the new grains, and we got a Wounded Bull to start the game off here. Whoa!
What?
Wow. Okay, we pitched. Okay.
Now we can't look too much into this, right? Because Kaiser used to play Icelander.
That is true.
So I think he's just having problems breaking habits, is what I see going on here. But I mean, it is very interesting. We know that Kassai is going to incorporate some attacks, right?
Yep.
Because you have the ability to you don't give up the nourishing plan when you run more than just nourishing, right? Because you can always banish them out of your graveyard with the hero ability. So I'd love to see it. Love to see it.
Yeah, really, really interesting. I'm also looking at the looking at the equipment. We see that Ed is running the new gauntlets of Iron Will. This should be fairly relevant to stop any small baby pumps from Kassai from getting over. Notably, it does not work against the Centauri Saber's +1 if he defends with an attack action. One thing I'm going to ask Kaiser at the end of the game is why he chose to run Crown of Dominion and Tunic, because I think that is actually a pretty radical choice. Most people would be running the either the Balance of Justice or Crown of Providence and Grains. I guess if you have such a yellow-based deck, having Tunic does kind of turn your yellows into blues. Alan, do you have any insight on why Kaiser is opting for this equipment setup?
I don't know. Actually, I don't. And because he's built his deck secretly, so he didn't tell me anything.
Okay, we've seen quite a few 3-for-7s here in this Kassai deck. Wage agility here, and I'm guessing he's not wagering this. I think. Okay, yep, because Bravo can quite easily shut that down if he wants to.
Yeah, but I just want to say this guy is very good against Bravo because if they want to stop you gain the agility, they have to block through you. But agility is not like Quicken. It will break at the start of the turn, so he couldn't stay with the agility. So if they block out you, they can use the agility very well. So this guy is very good against Guardians.
Yep. I think oftentimes you will just wager agility against most decks, even if you don't have an attack reaction, because very few decks can block it out and take advantage of it. There's a slight exception if they have very high armor. They could give their armor, keep their whole hand, and maybe come in with 2 attacks that they weren't normally able to. But in general, dual wield warriors make use of agility the most effectively.
One thing to note, Kaiser did bring in 67 cards while Ed decided to bring in a clean 60. So I think the way that we see Kaiser's deck built, a lot of 2 for 7s, 2 for 8s kind of situation. I think that Ed's going to have to be very mindful. I know this is crazy, but Ed's going to have to be careful and not get fatigued. But I think Kaiser's going for a not actively trying to fatigue, but basically saying, look, you're going to interact with me and make value trades, or you're going to get fatigued. And that forces Ed into like really what Kassai wants to be doing.
That's actually really interesting. We normally don't see such a large amount of 3 for 7s in most Kassai builds. Most Kassai builds very weapon focused, and yeah, this is actually really interesting to see things like E-Strike, Wounded Bull, all the wage cards as well. Really interesting.
Now, wage agility is definitely my favorite. I mentioned on the stream previously that, like in this situation here, where if you want to cover up and prevent the wager, you're giving up so much of your hand to where you actively can't utilize the agility token on your turn.
Yep.
So it's actually my favorite wage card out of the set.
Yeah, wage agility is a very
and it's not
not
because the token's better, but because the opponent can't use it if you lose.
That is true. Yep. All right, so Ed here striking back with debilitate. So this is something I think we're going to see very often off of Ed is pitch a blue with tunic. This is something that I think we need to talk about very briefly, is that we've seen Bravo switch towards utilizing tunic more. This was very popular at the World Championship and continues to be quite popular as well. So every 3 turns can come in with something that's fairly annoying. However, these 8 power attacks is not a huge issue for Kassai because Dynamos is going to probably reset at least 10 times this game. And we see a Steel Blade Shunt here. Ooh, a yellow Steel Blade Shunt. Oh, baby.
What is happening?
We have okay, that's very interesting here. So actually, Kaiser comes out of that gaining life from the Fendel's Fighting Spirit. And we have blue shunt being pitched here. No doubt he has red shunt as well. Very interesting. So
he did tell us up front that he does have a reaction here to give go again because he did block with the boots in that situation where he didn't necessarily need to.
Could be Blade Runner, Shift, or Glint. So in this case, I think until you see 3 glints or you know the position of the 3 glints, you probably are not blocking the first saber. As for the second saber here, looks like Ed's going to block with 2 cards, and he's going to return damage here. So I've been watching Kaiser's pitch stack very carefully here. It looks like he's been putting a lot of the go-agains back into his deck. And I'm just trying to think because I think this game is getting the second cycle, right? The question is, what does second cycle look like? So the graveyard is going to be filled with yellows and reds, and then the weapons are going to have go again. So it's going to be very difficult to stop Kassai's hero ability. Although Kassai's hero ability of note is a action, so you kind of, and it says the next time a weapon you control would hit a hero, not the next weapon. So it's the attack pattern is going to be very, very, very difficult for Ed to defend late game, I think. But then the question is, you give Kassai a bunch of gold, then what? So I'm really
you cash it in.
Yeah, I think that's something. Yeah, we're just gonna have to watch for the cash ins. Watch for. We saw him pitch raise an army as well. So it looks like the first cycle just gonna try to throw out all these, go through the 3-for-7s, go through the shunts, play with the tunic very, very efficiently, refresh dynamos as much as possible. We get to the second cycle, we have all the go agains that we pitched in yellow, namely shift and run through, yellow Blade Runner, stuff like that, blue Blade Runner, blue hit and run. And we'll see how this goes. So I think Ed has identified that that's the plan from Kaiser. What do you think he can do to interact or counteract Kaiser's game plan?
I mean, it basically comes down to, can he win on the basis of value? And against Dynamos, the answer to that question is probably no. So if you come to that realization, you basically have, your only option is to basically just try to win via attrition, which is going to be very difficult because these double swings are taking so many cards, and especially because you don't have Anathos, right? If you had Anathos, you would have the option to start getting 2 cards for none in some situations, but not here. So it's kind of a very scary place to be in if you're the Bravo player for sure.
Yep. And this turn is one of those turns that's pretty scary here. Spoils of War, definitely a turn that we want to see blocked out here. Blood in her hands, probably in Kaiser's deck. Good block there on the Civic Steps, basically giving Kaiser a quicken token that he can't utilize. And I think Guardians, high-level Guardians like Ed, have gotten very good at utilizing the Civic Steps here. All right, so this is one of those situations where Anathos would be much, much better here. Pitching 2 cards here for 4. I mean, he's getting to put back, Terra Sunder and a red card, which is good, but yeah.
I mean, just to keep chat updated, I mean, the deck sizes are beginning to get in a much worse case scenario. Ed has access to 48 cards, or no, 47 cards, while Kaiser, counting what's on the table now, that'd be 5 plus 52, 57. So he's up 10 cards right now. Mm-hmm. And he has a reoccurring block piece on board. So,
yep. And here we see one of the most annoying things to stop in the game. Commanding Performance plus a large wage attack here. If Ed wants to cover this up, he will lose his arsenal here almost assuredly. Tough spot here, especially considering he's already down a little bit of his armor.
Yeah.
I really do. I mean, yeah.
Okay,
you're just forced to take it. But
yeah. But the thing is, he might not be able to be efficient with this 5-card hand. That's really
right.
The commanding performance is really putting in work here.
Oh, they don't get agility.
Yeah, and see, that's the dangerous part here is like Kassai. So what I'm anticipating Kaiser do next turn is he's going to block down to all but 1 card, and then block with his or all but 1 card. He's going to block 3 cards if he can, if it's not dominated. and then just swing double saber and call it a day with Iron Song versus on one of them off of a blue, and that's just such an efficient turn cycle.
So we have Starstruck here, not being dominated, floating 2 in a card, basically saying, I have the pummel.
Yep.
Yeah. The play pattern for Kaiser, for him to saving the tunic, very likely he had another staunch, I guess.
Steelblade Shunt here, most likely. Or, well, I don't think this is actually going to hit Kaiser. Because as long as he has a little bit of help from Arsenal. Okay, looks like never mind. Oh, this doesn't have Dominate. My bad. My bad.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's,
So this
he's
is a
got a D-react.
block for 8 here. Yep. So basically, Kaiser's saying, I have red shunt. Do you want to play your pummel? You go up to 14, I'll go up to 14. So now Ed has to decide, do you walk into red shunt here? Currently, Ed at 10, Kaiser defending at 6 here, with Spoils, Run Through, and Iron Song versus.
I mean, you just know he has it, is the unfortunate part.
I think you
because
still have to
if he
pull it, right?
I mean,
Looks like Ed said no. Okay, interesting.
Yeah, I mean, the thought process here is, right, like one of the cards there's a very good chance that one of the cards in Kaiser's hand is a complete brick.
Nope, Gorked him.
Or it doesn't block. It does not block.
All right, so now the swords are free, and he has Go Again. All right, gonna start the turn off with Centaur Saber here for 2. Or 3. Oh, he had 2 cards that didn't block. Or maybe he drew the Remembrance. We don't know. So he had Go Again already, but just wants to be efficient here.
Yep.
Yeah.
So this should be a Courage activation as well, right? Because he has 1 float.
So maybe he didn't have Shunt because the last 2 cards in the hand just didn't block, right?
Yeah. Could be.
Yeah, I think he missed the arm activation.
Yes, I think he has 1 floating here, and yeah.
Yep.
Unless he want to play some 1 cost attack reaction.
Yep. Something that's Do we think that the other crown would have been better in this situation?
The other crown?
By the way, I think
Providence?
No, the Balance of Justice. I think he was supposed to take a damage there. Because I don't believe the sabers go on the stack. I know the Bolton ability doesn't, but maybe it's different than the sabers. It's something I'm not entirely sure about. Because he blocked with gauntlets plus a 3 block against the saber coming in for 5 or 6. Maybe he used a non-attack. I'm not sure. Okay, we have red shut from Arsenal there. Cutting down the crippling crush.
Okay.
Yep.
So Kaiser did have it on the previous turn.
Correct. Yep. And we think that Ed's Arsenal right now is Pummel. Fendel's Fighting Spirit here. Not going to gain a life, but still a 2-card 7. Ooh, we got a new card here. We got a Test of Vigor. And ironically enough, the Bravo may not win all these clashes against Kassai, actually.
Yeah.
And this Kassai deck, I should say. Yeah, it's a static and should get checked before Gauntlets check, correct. So I think Ed should actually be on 23 now, but is what it is. Okay, we got CNC here, but no Tunic up, so this is a very easy 2-card block here. He is denying a little bit of value from the Dynamos because there's not an easy way for... Unless he has a 2-block in hand, then he's going to get good value out of the Dynamos. 3-block, 2-block plus Dynamos would cover this up very easily. We got 100 viewers here joining us for this show match between TheCardGuyz and Blue Pitch. Thank you to everybody watching in chat. I know we got people from all over the world watching this. It's great to have you with us. We're just getting started. This is the first match of 5.
Hope everybody enjoyed their pre-releases. If you got to make it out to one yet, Josh and I went to one, enjoyed it. I actually learned. I only got to play 2 games. I had to leave before the last round to make it back in time for this. But I learned so much from my 2 games. Probably more than I've learned in any game of Flesh and Blood of like recent time. There's so many nuances in Sealed. I'm really enjoying the format right now and looking forward to play more of it.
So we saw a red shunt get pitched back into the deck of Kaiser. We also saw him cast an Oasis Respite. So and we have a Sigil. Oh, this is like a control Kassai list. Fascinating, actually. One thing we noticed, I noticed in the pre-release, Nathan, is that Kassai is actually
the best fatigue deck.
Yeah, actually, yeah. She looks at the Guardian like, look at me, I'm the fatigue deck now.
Yep.
I have 2 weapons that are really, really hard to stop. And, you know, yeah. It's really, really cool.
Yeah,
Kaiser's very, very ahead of the meta.
Yeah, you just have the ability to turn 1 agility token and 1 card into, and it's not even a card out of deck, but into basically anywhere between 4 to 6 damage that could be chip damage, and ripping a card here off the glint.
Yep. And this is always a feels bad here, running into reprise, an active glint. All right, looks like Ed meeting the second one with a test of vigor. Going to reveal here 6 versus 0 Imperial Ledger. What? Shuffle Imperial Ledger.
Happening?
Create a copper token if you're royal instead. Create a gold token. Wow. Ed is reading this one. Okay, Imperial Ledger going back to the top.
What?
Another sigil. Okay, so Kaiser clearly understood the assignment.
Did he?
I mean, he understood. Bring something interesting to the show match, right?
Oh, he did. I mean, he did it.
He's like, it's like, okay, show me something interesting.
Imperial Ledger. Okay, so
Ledger. Oh my god.
Let's talk about this for a second because I think it's worth it. But like, if you,
this is why he's royal.
Let's say he plays it like 4 times during a game and creates like 4 gold, but he had to give up 4 action points to do so. Like, what are you doing with all that gold?
You're raising an army.
Yeah, raise
Oh.
Imperial Ledger into buy an army.
Raising.
Yeah. So I guess this works best if you have like hit and run. So you have agility, saber, hit and run, saber, ledger is actually a good attack pattern, right? Because hit and run's a pretty good card in dual wield decks, but sometimes you're not utilizing the second half very well. So,
but is that not too slow?
I don't know. I mean,
Imperial Ledger.
It could be a Cyber Cardigans Guardians here. We got Wage Gold, Kaiser pitch stacking another red into his deck here. So we have a Spoils of War and a Goblet going back to the deck here.
I mean, to Kaiser's point, though, I mean, this is turn like 13 and a half probably, and he's at 30 life. So I guess it's not too slow.
Yeah. I mean, against a... So I think traditionally Guardian is slanted. If we put all the decks on a spectrum, like Guardian definitely slants towards being more defensive. So, I mean, Kassai is like, well, you know what? I don't have the greatest damage output in the world, but I could throw these giant attacks at you. I could refresh dynamos. I could put gas back into my deck. And here we go. Another Tunic, pitch a blue, send a 8 power attack. This actually, actually, maybe we should have, our alarm bells should have went off from turn 0. You see Kassai present Crown of Dominion Tunic. You're like, oh, we're going real long, aren't we? We're going real long, aren't we?
I mean, I don't know if that's enough proof to that he went off the deep end. I mean, but I mean, I see the synergy. I see the synergy, and I'm really interested in like how it plays out because we've made the connection, right? Imperial Ledger funds the army, cool, got there. But like at the end of the day, every time playing the ledger and then activating it, that's 2 action points per gold. Yep. So I'm curious if there's another built-in way into the deck that he can activate the Kassai ability, because he's obviously trying to fill his graveyard full of reds and yellows. I'm very curious if Kaiser has set up like a deterministic way to make sure that the hero ability lands to further create that gold. I'm interested to see if he can cook that into what he's already prepared.
Very interesting. Yellow Blade Runner here. And do we have a hit and run or nope? Okay, we just have... There's just so much gas going back into the deck here. Like, there's another Razian Army, another E-Strike going back into the deck. And, I mean, if we look at the red and yellow concentration of these decks, like, Bravo has like 15 reds, maybe? 18, maybe? Like, the deck quality second cycle is... I don't think the premium blues of Guardian are gonna be quite enough here. We have a... Okay, so we have a Bravo activation just to filter Titan's Fist here for 4. And
just to give everybody at home an idea, the deck counts are 33 for Ed and 40 for Kaiser. So he's made up a little bit of distance. I think he was down by 10. Now he's down by 7. But once again, look at these cards that Kaiser's pitching. Like, they're not rinky-dink cards, right? They're not all blue. They're like reds and yellows and E-strikes and like all kind of stuff. So I think that the second cycle, I think Kaiser's still gonna have a lot of gas.
This is a devastating 1-2 punch here. So you know that Kaiser has... I mean, you saw him play Imperial or pitch Imperial Ledger. He really wants a gold token here. So I think he's gonna have to try to deny it as best he can. This is gonna cause his arsenal to blow up, though. Does he block with a... Oh, he had a second Crippling Crush there. So we have a commanding performance, wage gold, attack for 10 here, and he's gonna... Yep. So he's gonna lose the pummel that we knew about here. Gonna cover it all up, and he's gonna win a gold token. Obviously, Bravo can't really use the gold token that well, but I guess denying it from Kassai might be good enough.
Now, Crown of Providence and Commanding Performance, I assume because Kaiser's the turn player, he can layer it in a way to where the Commanding Performance triggers before the Crown Sync.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes, correct.
Because he theoretically...
Correct. You're correct.
You know, yeah. Okay.
Yep. That's why the pommel got discarded there. Wounded Bull again. So I mean, this is kind of like the Icelander theory. If your Wounded Bull and Fendel's Fighting Spirit aren't online, well, that's good. Ed still has 2 block in his shield. So he still has access to 4 armor here. Kassai still has access to 2 armor, plus the dynamos are going to refresh probably many times here. The buckler does have temper. It's just a temper 2 vanilla. So it's like stalagmite without the ice effects. Crippling Crush here.
Crippling.
Yeah. And how is this being played with 2 blues?
Tunic counter.
Oh, Tunic. Okay. Yep. Okay. And I mean, Crippling Crush is that 3-for-1 card, basically. I guess Ed has been making up a lot of the differences with the... Like, Kassai, when they're throwing a 3-for-7, is demanding 2 cards. When Bravo's throwing something large, is demanding 2 or 3 cards. Oasis there, alongside Valiant Dynamo, doing really well to defend that. Another Fendel's Fighting Spirit, and he has Heart of Fendel in the list
Oh
as
my
god! Kaiser, you're playing your warrior decks like an Icelander. Icelander at home, guys.
Yeah, he needs
like,
Icelander a lot.
Yeah, he's like, well, you don't have to be that disruptive if you're just tanky. Really interesting here.
It actually seems pretty good into like Dromai and stuff like that too, because you have like
a
high popper count, but then you also have like just go
Sabers
again.
slaughter
Honest,
everything. Yeah.
like
Okay.
It's actually pretty interesting.
Yeah, I mean, if you can counteract Bravo and Dromai, like you're in a decent position in the meta. Okay, so we have Bravo ability into a Spinal Crush. Is that correct? Yep. So did Ed naturally draw 3 blues and a pummel? What do you think?
I mean, well, 1 card came from Arsenal, right? Oh yeah,
Spinal came from Arsenal.
Yeah, I mean,
but
he has to if he didn't dominate it.
Yep, he did dominate it.
I just don't think. Oh, he dominated it and had the pummel. What
Correct,
a mad lad.
Yep.
Okay.
All right, so life totals evened up again. And are we almost a second cycle here, Nathan? What's the deck counts right looking at?
Almost. Ed's looking at 27 cards with Kaiser having 28 in deck plus the Arsenal and 2 in hand. And he does have the 2-for-7 to 2-step the crush effect, which is pretty good.
Okay, wage gold here. You probably don't want to wager here unless you have
I think you
take the upper hand in Arsenal. Because this is a 3-block plus something from the armor. Most
if
likely.
he's running take the upper hand, then Kaiser just wants to win more. It's that simple.
Yep. I think we haven't seen many attack reacts from this Kassai, or if any. And,
I mean, just the Blade Runners, right? And 1 Blade Fury, I think.
Yeah, I'm talking about like offense. Like, like really off.
Yeah, just
like,
Blade Fury is
pumps. I mean, yeah, as the. All right, 1, 2, 3, and 4, 5, 6, 7 here. And Kaiser's like, all right, that's fine. And Ed will get a second gold token.
Giving Kassai a quicken token at the end of the combat chain is probably the scariest thing you could ever do.
Yep. Especially considering we're not at the life range where. Oh, okay, maybe he drew another pummel here. Are you good enough to rip back-to-back pummels?
No, there's only one more in the deck, right?
Yeah, I think so. And
he got.
I mean,
Rip.
he didn't even
Rip.
he didn't even pitch deck that. He just drew the Command and Conquer with the pummel. Easy game. Easy game. And he had a red. Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. So CNC coming in clutch there.
Everybody's got a plan until you get punched in the mouth.
Exactly.
The CNC pummel.
All right. So we're on second cycle here, and the life totals are a little bit lower than normal. And it's going to activate the Kassai ability and probably tunic attack, most likely. Okay, so Kassai being activated here, gonna give the next weapon attack on hit crit gold. Did he forget to discard? I think he discarded Glint. Oh, he discarded his arsenal, but forgot to discard from hand, maybe?
I think so.
Yeah,
I
he had
think so.
2 cards in hand, so he should only have 1.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Okay, looks
There
like
you
they
go. He's
remembered
fixing it. Yep.
Yep, we good. Okay, so
things are tied up.
So
and
Ed caught it with
Ed's got
2
decent
D-reacts.
tempo.
All right. CNC pummel pretty good against very defensive Kassai deck here. I think Ed is likely just going to take this, and send something dominated with an on-hit effect back.
I mean, if he draws 3 blues and a crippling, then I mean that's a good place to be
Yeah,
in.
the game probably is over. I mean, Terra Sunder here. Does he know the position of enough attacks?
Oh, okay. I was like, that better not be on the hammer because that's just bad. But I like this play.
Yep, Terra Sunder here going to come in for 9 on hit. It has a debilitate plus discard 2 cards. So I
Kaiser's
don't think
got some armor.
He's got some armor, but I mean, to cover up 9 with dominate is not easy. Gonna take 5 here. Gonna drop to 4. Have to discard 2 cards here. Gonna lose 2 power on his next attack as well. So
very likely Kaiser's Arsenal's a D-react here, right?
Yeah, very likely he's just going to move this to Arsenal. Or time to raise an army. Okay. All right, so we're going to have 2 Centauri sellswords here. And they can't attack.
This is good for Ed.
Yep, this is good for Ed.
Yeah, I think that now he just needs to not get hung up on the sellswords.
Yep.
And just
dominate to
push face,
attacks.
Get cards every single hand, or get all the cards from hand as quickly as he can, and try to close the game out.
Yep, I agree.
Kaiser does have access to 2 armor block. That's very important. Plus maybe a D-react from hand. So if we can see a dominated Starstruck right here, it could be game. But if he had that, he would have been on the combat chain. So
it's gonna go digging.
Oh, he's digging for it. He's digging for it.
Well, you gave me this gold token. I might as well use it. So you should have 1 floating right now. Yep.
Did he find what he was looking for?
And he found an extra hit. He found a bunch of blues. All right, we got Macho Grande for 8. So 1 block here. 8 dominate. Not easy to stop here.
Now it's not going to be enough to win.
Nope. In fact, the shunt plus this blocking for 5, that means he's going to drop 2-1.
If Kaiser has access to a Go Again card for the Centauri Sabers, this gets ugly really quick because it becomes, 3/3/3 is basically what happens here.
Yep. So we really don't want to run into Glint here. Because if it's Glint, it's going to get a discount on the...
Oh.
Yep. Okay, it's run through.
Yep.
Okay, so has to be Centauri. No, it can't. That's not the way to do that. This doesn't have go
Yeah,
again
you should
now.
do a.
It should be sellsword.
Yeah, you do a sellsword in the middle, right?
Yeah, sellsword's in the middle, and then saber.
Well, you just do one sellsword because you can't afford it, right?
Yeah, you don't have enough. Yeah, so that's a bit of a misplay there from Kaiser. Should have been.
You missed out on 3 damage, right?
Yep, should have been.
I don't think it's gonna matter because Ed took the damage and he has 4 cards, so I think we're gonna see a dominate for game here.
Yep, just something to keep in mind if you are a Kassai player. Yep. Yep. So we have a dominated
that'll probably
crush. Do it. Yeah, probably gonna do it here. Unless we have a
Oasis.
Nope.
Nope. Negative 3
we
life.
came to the next.
Okay.
We came to the next cycle there. Yeah, raise an army. Okay. Well, okay, that game didn't go quite how I thought it was gonna go. Interesting. Well, I don't know. I think we just have to get Kaiser in here and ask him questions. Okay, so let's go back to the scoreboard here.
I mean, what kind of army quits before they even start?
I don't know. Let's see here. Red score is currently 1. Yep. Okay, let's get the players in here and chat with them a little bit about their decks and all that. So I'm going to drag them into our booth here. Let's see. Hello, Kaiser and Ed. You guys are on stream now. Very, very interesting game, Kaiser. Nathan and I were very confused for like the first 8 turns of the game.
I can hear Nathan. He's like, "What?
What?"
Kaiser, you had the kind of off the wall deck. Can you walk us through how you built your Kassai deck, and maybe talk a little bit about the card choices, the equipment choices, and all that?
Okay. First of all, I think Rise and Army is a good choice to against Guardians, like because it works like illusionists, like dragons or the auras before, because they're like minion. It's provide extra. It's make your attack go wide, and they Guardian is very struggle to kill them. So I think it's good tools, but one of the main problem of the Kassai is, or all the warriors, is very hard to hit the guardians because they have a bunch of blocks or different reactions, and they have a bunch of armors. So I try to do something nasty that I choose to use the Crown of Dominion to get the first gold, and I will have some thing like the ledgers for creating another gold, because for my calculations, you try to get to Senator Sellsword in the board, then you are very easy to win. You can win the game very easily because it fits the mana curve. So I try to aim for 2 for most of the time. But this game didn't work well because my secret tag just revealed by the clash. I was very unhappy about that. And yeah, that's why I choose
Imperial Ledger, right?
Yeah, the Imperial Ledger. It's quite secret.
Yeah, he was ready.
Very funny. Yeah, and that's why I choose this package, because you can just like putting 2 cards. One is the Crown of Dominion, and the second is the Imperial Ledgers. Just 2 slot can make you more gold. So I think it's like infinity gold, right? Because you can loop the Imperial Ledgers. That's what I think. That's what was I thinking, and why I built this deck this way, because I think the Dynamo has a lot of value. You can do a lot of 2-card hands with this deck, or you can do something like Icelander, just block 2 cards, and then you try to send a 7 or 8 attack with extra value, and then or you can try to save a blue and a 1-cost score again for the weapon. It's also great 8 value for like 2 for this first Senator Saber, and then you go Bay Runner, and you attack for 4 or 5 or 5 or 6, and then your Dynamo get remove the counter, so you can create a 7 to 9 value 2 card hand again. So you it's worked really like Icelander, because I played Icelander a lot before, and when I first saw this deck, I think I can build it that way to create a very value deck. And to make it even more better, I try to use Tunic and try to use lots of Sun, Stipulations, and Oasis,
Yep.
because they can gain you more card value. So that's why like you can block with 1 card like 5 or 6. So that's why I build it that way. I try to go a full value build with Kassai, and there's a package for Guardian for the gold things. Yeah.
Very interesting. Ed, from your perspective, what did you think about that game? I guess you were a little bit caught off guard with turn 0. What was it? Wounded Bull. You were like, wait, what's going on here?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw the hat and I was like, okay, maybe you're just trying to like go ahead and get the value off the Raisin army.
Mhm.
And yeah, then I saw the Wounded Bull effect and I was like, oh, okay, well, this is not what I expected. All right.
Yeah.
And then I saw the Imperial Ledger off of one of the clashes and I was like, what in the world is going on? I had to read it. I've never read that card like in like a tournament game or anything like that, so I like didn't remember what it did.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, that seems pretty good. You know, if you're trying to, you know, you're not raising an army, you're raising like a whole foreign military at this point, right? So
yeah, hire them with the Imperial Ledger.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, pretty interesting.
Yep.
Okay. Any other things that we want to talk about with this game? If not, we can move on to the second game.
Yeah, if there's
both of my clashes lost. Sad.
Yeah, we were commenting about that. That like, you know what? I don't know if Bravo's gonna win all these clashes against this Kassai deck.
I win 90% of my clashes in general, even against decks that have like 6s and 7s and whatnot. Just because, well, I wouldn't say 90%. That's probably a little exaggerated, but I would say a good amount of the time. And it was just funny that it's just like, okay, I'm gonna flip. Oh, there's my other test of vigor, or oh, there's my paper scene. Okay, whoops, didn't mean to do that.
Okay,
but yeah, there was one turn where I blocked. I think it was the second test of vigor. If I hit the vigor, I had Command and Conquer pummel, and I was like, oh, this is awesome. And then I just had to throw the Command and Conquer with no pummel.
Yeah.
Oh well.
Well, it seemed like your other pummels lined up really well. We commented on you back-to-back
They did.
natural pummel with triple blues. Okay.
Yeah, it took a while to get there, but all right.
Okay,
I will
now we
move my seats.
Yeah, now we have to do a little bit of finagling here, because I am streaming and observing on one of my computers, and I'm gonna turn around and play on my other computer. So we
trust you, Josh.
We're gonna try to get this to work. Okay, can you put a queen in the middle of the board and then move it when you guys are ready? So I'm just gonna switch to graphics, and then I'm gonna start loading in, and then we'll kind of go from there. So I need to mute myself here and on Discord, and then kind of leave this computer running. If there's an issue, you need to type to me in game, because I won't be turning around to look at the stream. Okay, so we're gonna switch to graphics here. So second batch, I'm gonna mute myself.
All right. Am I commentating now?
I guess so.
Ready to go?
Why not? Make yourself
Why
gray.
not? You don't want this. You don't want this.
So much fun.
Make yourself gray. There you go. The reason for that is obviously you don't want to be able to see their hand and commentate, and then also you can they can see your little pointing at things, and that might tell them to pay attention to
sure,
things,
sure.
stuff like that. So
Yeah, that makes sense.
But okay, so
Got it.
next matchup we have. I do not have the graphic pulled up. Oh, there it is. So we have Josh versus David. Okay, and David's going to be on Kayo while Josh playing his on-theme warrior, but he's going with Olympia this time. Okay, now he's been streaming Olympia quite often. I think he's done at least 2, maybe even 3 streams. I think he's gone with a Hatchet version, if I'm not mistaken. I think that's what I've seen him play a little bit of. I'm not sure if he shook things up for the stream or not. Not entirely sure, but interested to see what he decides to go with. Then we have David on Kayo. I consider Kayo probably one of the best heroes in the game right now. At least he's up there. He's up there. If not S tier, definitely A. And just it's a kind of a breath of fresh air for LSS to print a hero that I think will make a direct impact into the meta, straight from a new set. It's just something that we haven't seen in a while, right? I think the last time that we saw that be the case was probably, was it literally Starvo? Where they just
think
came
so.
out and,
Yeah.
and I mean, Dash.io a little bit, right? Like Dash.io did some things, came out blazing, had some really good calling performances and stuff like that. But we haven't had one like really just like, take the metagame and run with it per se.
Right. Yeah, I'm excited to see how these decks are constructed. If anything says about this team, right? They're here to have fun a little bit too, while also playing some very high level flesh and blood and whatnot. So we could see some pretty wild stuff with this KO. I could see some like berserk combo things going on, maybe. Who knows?
Yeah, the second I saw Kaiser play the Wounded Bull in turn 0, I said that I told chat, I said, this isn't a spicy build. This is just somebody who can't get over losing somebody. That's what I said.
Yeah.
He was just playing Icelander, and I knew that the second I saw it. I was like, okay, Kaiser's just trying to translate, another deck to another. And I did the same thing when I lost Briar too. Every single deck I played, I
Yeah.
was like, how do I get 4 blocks from my non-attacks? And it just doesn't work. But I really liked Kaiser's list. The life gain. The one thing that I questioned was the Imperial Ledger and how he would create enough runway to actually execute it multiple times. And it seemed like there was a lot of like cards that required Tunic to be efficient. Like I think there was a
Right.
little too many shunts, Oasis, stuff like that, to where I think he got really clunky at times and had to pitch for those, which is obviously not what you want to do. But I was really impressed with the list. Neat concept.
Yeah, it's super interesting. Yeah, the way he was playing, like, what is the card that gives +3 to the warrior card or weapon attack or warrior attack in general? That's what it is, right? It's
Commanding performance?
Yes, that was insane. The first one, I was just like, I can't block this.
Come
It's
on,
just-
Ed. You have to know the name of our spoiler card.
know, Don't worry about it.
Not like this. Not like this. He goes, what was that card? What was that card? Oh yeah, our spoiler card.
Yeah. That one.
Yep. LSS is giving us a token next time just because of that.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
Well, it's a warrior card. That's the problem. It's not guardian. You give us a guardian card, and I'll know it right off the bat. Just snap lickety split.
That's it. Well, they gave you about 70 of them this set.
No, I'm saying a spoiler card, Nathan. Come on now.
I don't think we've never got.
We need to be on the same level.
Card. We've never
Nah,
gotten a
no.
Guardian spoiler. We've gotten a Wizard
Got it.
spoiler. We spoiled the Alluvian, the bathrobe.
Alluvian Constellas. Dude, I remember that video. That's a good one. That's a good one now, just for entertainment value. You guys should go watch that 2 years ago. Alluvian Constellas.
That video was
It was awesome.
what was it? What was the show that we took the music from? I forget.
Was it Happy Days or something?
I
Oh,
forget
yeah.
I
I
forget
can't remember the show either.
but
Somebody tell us in chat.
Kyle did the perfect job taking that music and just nom napping in the van. It was everything the Card Guys was in one video.
Yeah. No, that's so funny. That's so funny. Maybe next up we'll get the Guardian expansion. Full house. It was full house. Thank you, Kyle. Thank you.
Full House. Oh, that's it.
Yeah, I just said it.
Oh, see, they knew just off of me. Yeah, okay. That's like
Yeah, exactly.
it was so
exactly.
good.
Hey,
It was so good.
I didn't know it either. Okay, don't get on Nathan. Get on me too. Wait, hold on. Don't take that out. Don't clip that.
Don't. Okay, so we got Olympia, v Kayo. Those
what
who
happens.
can clap and those who cannot clap. Okay, here we go. We got the one-arm bandit versus
oh my
the
gosh.
the two weapon
Gus.
something.
Hatchets.
We got hatchets.
You guys haven't seen hatchets in a while. Well, you have, Nathan. You love to think that Hatchet Dori is playable.
I love to think it's playable. Good thing it is.
All right, so we're seeing some new cards over here, and we got the Olympia specialization hat. We got the new Warrior equipment chest. Just have 3 extra life because the Warrior needed it. It does replace the Courage of Bladehold, right? So that is not terrible.
Double Savage Beatdown.
We're
Okay.
going. We're
So
zooming.
he's here. He's here for a fun time, not a long time. Also, to hint at that,
I don't know,
on
that
Kayo's
pretty
side
good.
of equipment. I mean, it's good, but it's just like zoom, right? And the hardened cross straps on Kayo's side, right? I mean, I'm excited to see when that gets popped.
Right. Maybe we'll see it on like a Blood Rush Bella's turn or something along those lines. Something super big and crazy, make an agility, carry it over, get a free attack off, right? That's one thing that Levia cannot do.
Your wife said Nathan had no childhood confirmed because I didn't know that was Full House. My bad. My fault. Okay, so we got the hatchet into a Blade Runner. For those of you who don't know, that costs 1, gives the next weapon attack +3, and gives the current one that is played on it go again. But too bad he's blocking with it. But he is starting with some value because he did get the Might token to carry it over.
Ooh, this is a Josh spoiler card too, Emboldened Blade.
It sure is.
Coming in no go again.
A naked axe.
Really? Listen. All he's doing this turn is 2. Never mind. Okay.
No
it's
shot.
a lot.
No shot.
It's
No
a
shot.
lot more.
Yeah, I love this, right? Because if you lay the 3 down in front, well, I guess you kind of get diluted a little bit if they block for 3 there, but it's KO, so like who's blocking, right?
Right.
Very good. I hatchet
Got
for
some
8.
big
What's you guys say
numbers.
about that?
Look, if he had one more arm, he'd probably have a shield and try to block, but he's just living life. This might be a quick game. The way this is going.
Stuck in my head now, chat. I'm sorry in
Mm.
advance. Nothing I can do. Okay, we got Scabbies. That's definitely the more
Oh.
consistent. Oh, this is. I'm just gonna stop talking. Okay, so we have.
Oh,
Oh
my
no!
uh,
Go, chat. That's what we came for. Okay, so we got the Berserk. Which every time you discard a 6, right? You look
Yeah.
at the top card. If it's a 6, you put it in your hand. If I'm not mistaken, and that is a 6. So he puts it straight into his hand, free card, and now he's just gonna draw 2. And he's gonna keep going. And if he has a wild ride or a pulping here, I mean, we are gaming, right?
Dude, this is wild.
Don't do it to
Did
him.
he draw one off of the Berserk already?
Yeah, from the Blood Rush spell. So he discarded the pulping and then he ripped the Savage Feast. Now the problem is he has 2
he has
cards.
a right. That's the 4 cards.
Right.
Oh, here we go.
We're going all in, bro.
Let's go.
If
Let's go.
if he rolls a 1 here, bro. Oh, chat.
There it
Oh.
is. All right, we got
Okay.
2.
with a Savage Feast. Oh my god.
Yeah, Savage Feast has got to come down first because that just lets you draw 2 cards because you can get draw from Berserk. So he's digging
Oh
deep
my
for a
gosh. Oh my
pulping or a wild ride, preferably, is what he's really wanting here.
And then he drew 2 cards from
God.
this.
See, that was the one that the Kayo was supposed to roll. Just kidding.
Okay,
just
so
kidding.
so now he draws another card off of Savage Feast. Hopefully he triggers it
Oh my gosh.
because he gets a card off of Berserk and Savage Feast. He needs to draw another card. Come on, get your
He's
card.
not used to it. He's not used to all this value.
Got it. I messaged him in chat.
Yeah.
I said, David, you draw 1 more. Because you draw off Savage Feast and Berserk.
Right.
What? You have more cards.
More cards.
Okay. So chat, this is what
All
we learned.
right, we got it.
Nope. What?
No, we didn't get it. They're rewinding.
What's happening?
I don't know. It's getting wild.
Oh,
now.
okay. Okay.
Okay. Now they did
actually-
it. Now they did it.
Okay.
There we
Okay.
go.
Pro tip, chat. If you put a card in your deck for high roll potential, but you don't actually trigger the high roll potential, it's not that good. But we fixed it. And he has 3 cards. What did he play next? Mandible Claw. Oh, reliable.
For
4/5 with Go again.
Okay, here it is. I
Breaking
told
the
you.
chest.
This is it.
Breaking the chest. He's only got 1 action point for a reincarnate. I was expecting way more, if I'm being 100% honest.
All right, let me pitch this red. Reincarnate. I mean, it's still pretty
That one-
good.
No, I mean, it was so much build up for what ended up being a completely normal Blood Rush spell.
Right, exactly.
Granted, he went 3 wide on the Blood Rush Bellow, and he's arsenling a card that is obviously red. So
Right.
I hope it worked out, but I don't know. For some reason, I was just,
Oh, he's fine.
I was expecting it to give a little bit more.
We think Josh is thinking over here. Thinking, hey, I'm just going to give you 1 card. I don't need all these cards. Save a little bit of life.
Aggro
Take a
Blaze
bunch
in
of damage.
chat. We're playing this on TTS because some of the things are not programmed in Talishar, like the Guardian Gauntlets are not programmed. So we're just doing it this way. So no matter what, as long as we know the rules, we can program it, quote unquote.
Right.
And we don't have to worry about. Although, shout out to all those people that are involved with Talishar and Fabry and how quickly they get that stuff done. It's actually truly amazing. I mean, the set's not even out, and most of the stuff is done. So
Right.
they're doing an amazing job over there.
Yeah, I've gotten a good amount of testing in. Maybe we'll talk about the next hero next game. That's the one I've been testing. But look at this, okay? We're gonna try to get some Scowling Fleshbag value. Maybe we rip that Go Again card.
Yeah, if he's trying to play like a Blade Runner or something, and it gets hit here, it can literally be catastrophic.
Right.
I played a game into Allen today, and he got 11 value from his flesh bag. It was actually kind of ridiculous. I didn't play
What were you
around
playing?
it, which was my fault. You know, the normal. You know,
Yeah, normal stuff. All right.
the old hatchet with a different hero. You know.
Oh, hot mama. Yeah. Okay, so he still has the Blade Runner. I'm sure Josh probably, hedged his bets a little bit. Just to make sure he had that Go Again card.
I mean, either way, if the card in Arsenal is not really playable in the curve, then
Right.
you basically got a free card of value, right? Because they
Exactly.
just didn't have the opportunity. Because it could have been like a Blade Fury for all we know, and yeah, you can't play it before reactions. So.
Wait, you're telling me you can't play a reaction for the reaction stuff? Like really?
No, who knew, right?
Oh wow.
So there is
Oh,
Fleshbag
that's it.
getting got 5 value from it all day.
Very nice. That was a
Oh,
very opportune time
Oh
for
man.
a Scowling Flashbag, but here we are. Another Blood Rush Billows. This is how they win, okay? This is how the brutes get there. They go runner, Blood Rush Billow. Big stuff. I don't know if he'll make it. I don't know if he'll hit. Oh, he hit. All right, so you kind of
Please draw
cycling these
Berserk.
mites throughout the turns.
I hope he draws a Berserk and we can try it again. One time. One time.
They travel in pairs.
Right. Blood Rush Bellow into Claw for
6, not 5, but 6.
Wow. Wow. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Don't stop. Just stop.
It's I'm telling you, I can't control it. Anybody that knows me, when something, so many
Yeah,
things live
I
rent
know.
free in my head.
I know.
Yeah, it's actually disgusting.
When you started playing WoW, you had this saying that you kept saying, and you did it for
Oh my
hours. And
God.
that exactly, you did it for hours. Hours.
Oh man,
I
it was actually funny.
I was ready to just hang it up,
Yep.
go to bed, get out of there. I was done. Okay, we're seeing blue reincarnate. Hey, at least we were right about that card being pretty decent in KO.
Yeah, a little bit of built-in recursion. Nothing wrong with that.
All right. It's getting 2 cards. Losing a Spellblood. That card is so
Blocking
cool.
with 2 really good cards. I think
Right.
Josh here
They're
has
premium.
either a go again problem or a resource problem. I fully intend to see Josh block with all the cards from his hand, probably.
Well, this is another like not super crazy Blood Rush turn from Kayo, though. You didn't see like a double attack or anything like that. But I mean, swing big for 10. That's a big swinging.
Yeah, but he
Yeah.
can block 2 cards
No,
from
he's just
hand and
giving.
the 2 pieces of armor to get the Quicken token, sit on it, and then exactly like he's doing right now. Yep.
Right, exactly.
So it looks like
Take
Glint
a
was
turn
his
off.
only go again and resource card. I mean, hit and
Right.
run is a go again card, but you never want to play it out front. It's just so inefficient. It's basically like a captain's call at that point.
Right. Yeah, it just didn't make a lot of sense to what would it be? Send 5 into or 4 into 5, right? That would have been the last turn if he like just kept the hand or blocked with the hit and run.
Yeah,
Or
not
not blocked with the hit and run, but blocked with the other red, the spill blood. That is just not that great compared to the 16 that David was able to present.
exactly. All right, we got the random discard. With Flesh and Blood being my first TCG, I've never understood people rolling die to select. I understand why like somebody does it if they're discarding their own cards, but like I don't have any knowledge of their hands, so like why not just pick
Right.
one and move on? Like I don't know.
Well, maybe somebody like accidentally flashes their hand. Like maybe you're a tall individual and your opponent's short, and they like lean their cards forward a little bit, and you track that. I don't know. I'm just trying to make an excuse for it. Okay.
I mean, that just sounds like a genetic advantage. I mean,
That's true. That's true.
got the Quicken token. I would not be surprised if we saw a 9 block, 3 cards from hand, and the Dynamos, and then go basically pitch a blue card, hatchet into bracers into hatchet. If he decides not to block the first, which is a very good 1 card play. That'd be if the first hatchet
6.
hits, that's basically 6 plus then you heal 1. So it's a 1 card 7.
Sure.
I've heard that's pretty good. So I'm really looking for Josh to probably make something along those lines. Maybe keep 1 card if it's like a Blade Fury that's like a 1 card 4 that does a little bit better on offense than blocking 3. And packing might have something to say about that though.
Eric Sheepman says maybe your opponent is a dirty cheater. Not talking about these individuals, but saying that the dice rolling keeps everybody honest. But I see what you're saying. You know, like if your opponent is the one that's having discard and you pick, how would you know? Right? It makes sense.
Right. Yep. Makes sense.
Okay, it looks like he might be making that play that you were talking about and just probably taking this arsenal.
Here we go. With a 2 and a go again. If this is not blocked, it opens the line to activate those Brave Forge Bracers, basically giving the hatchet +1 on the second swing. Only can activate if you have had a weapon hit this turn.
Right.
Oh,
We should have done
we're
our voice
wagering a
exercises.
gold. Well,
Yeah,
that's
why
hot.
not? Let's make it happen.
I mean,
Boom.
then you draw cash in and you just like yeet it, you know? I'm down.
What if its card in hand is cash in?
I think playing that in the middle of a turn is like
Yeah, it's not
really
great, right?
risky. Yeah, I mean, it
Well, I
can
mean,
be,
maybe.
right? But yeah, it
Yeah,
can
yeah.
be.
It's just like if you hit a Blade Runner, it feels really bad, right?
Right.
Yeah. All right, so he has 2 golds. Mm, 1 gold from the prized Gallia, another gold from Olympia's hero power. Yep, and he pretty much made the exact line that you said, but
Mhm.
minus blocking the 3 cards, you know, just keeping the arsenal.
Yep. We have
All right.
another wild rod. Discard random.
This just looks like a good KO deck. I don't know what to say.
It is doing KO things, is it not? Riled up.
Boy, I'm getting riled up just watching this.
Making them mites.
Yep. Seven is better than 6. I know in in a little while, Kyle's gonna hear me saying that some of this stuff, and he's gonna start like referring to me as Booger McFarlane, just saying super
What?
obvious things. You not know who that is? Booger McFarlane?
Not a clue.
Oh my god. He's a sports commentator. And he just says like the most obvious crap whenever he commentates. Like, hey, 7 is bigger than 6. That's right. Yeah, who knew?
Checks out. Checks out.
Oh god. Okay, so we got a claw and we got a Bear Fangs. Obviously, Bear Fangs is an all-star in these KO decks. Just good rate, 2 for 8. If you could play 3 more swing bigs, would you do it?
I would play
If they
7
didn't
more.
block. If they
8
didn't block.
more.
If they didn't
Oh,
block.
if they didn't block.
didn't block.
Oh,
Yeah.
no. No shot.
Well, that's what Bear Fangs is. What do you mean?
Because KO is already running red Bear Fangs, usually red and yellow Wild Ride, and then maybe red pulping. Some people even yellow pulping. So
No, that's
you're
what I'm
already
saying.
you're already at 12 to 15 there.
Right, I'm saying Bear Fangs is just more swing bigs in his deck. That's all I'm getting at.
Technically, yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought you were wanting to know if like
No.
I wanted even
not
more.
get more. I don't. No. I mean, yes, but no.
Yes, but no.
Boy, you know me so well.
All right, so this is the
Eric
most
Treatment just
obvious
says
Blade
that's
Runner.
just Bear Fangs. Yes, we know.
That's just a Bear Fang. Oh.
You are correct. You are correct.
Okay, we saw this
It
Blade
is
Runner
technically a
come
2 for 9 with KO.
Wednesday.
You're right with the KO ability.
It absolutely is. Oh, look, who knew? A Blade Runner.
Are you a warrior main? How do
How
you
did
know
we
all of this?
ever see that coming? How will KO respond? I'm surprised KO's blocking, to be honest. Okay, that means I think he's going to swing big in Arsenal for 10. Let's see it happen,
I
chat.
think so.
Swing big for 10 Arsenal. Or CNC for 8. I'll take either one.
That would be pretty strong too, for sure. If I was in his position, which one would I want? I think I would want the CNC.
It wouldn't be the
'Cause
worst,
it
right?
represents, yeah, it represents more value in this situation. Oh, we're just playing Massacre.
I could not have been more wrong.
Oh my gosh.
This okay.
Dude, he's off the handles, man.
Okay, so first he played a berserk just to have a normal blood rush turn. And now he's
Mhm.
double miting a massacre in a KO deck.
Dude.
I feel like this deck wants to be so
Awesome.
much more than it actually is. But I'm enjoying watching it.
Why is it 7? Does he not get the value off of the Apex?
Uh,
Why did they rewind?
I thought
The
I thought he
the
had 2 mites.
the arm set other KO set is not on the combat chain, so it does not trigger the bone breaker. Because
Oh.
I see.
Okay, we have the hit and run out front. We call this desperation, but it works. and getting respected because it does get 3 value here because it denies the Brave Forge Bracer activation, basically. So, although the hatchet comes in for 2, David was able to extract 3 value from it. And we got the Iron Song response coming off the top. Not entirely sure why Josh didn't do that on. I guess the math works out the same and you can convert it. That's why I did it, because it's the better play. Who knew? Has the Vigor token for next turn. Could see that Vigor token convert half of a gold token. Who knows?
Yeah, it wouldn't be the worst thing if you draw like an all red hand or something like that. You need some resources.
Not at all. Okay, Josh has got to start being very, very mindful of his life total at this point in the game, depending on how many D-reacts he has, because these pulpings can get out of hand very quickly.
Yeah, it looks like he's likely on 6 pulpings. We already see a yellow on top of the discard, and then the red that's on the combat chain. So taking 2, keeping a 3-card hand. Oh. Nathan. How do
I
you
called
know?
it.
How do you know?
It's like me and Josh on the same link, or he's listening to the. No, I'm just kidding. But basically, I mean, David didn't really present that much of a threat, so I think in that situation
Right.
you can afford to just, let's look at another card. And he's got plenty of resources. If he does rip another blue, then he can just pay into the chest again, and all is good.
The card he drew must be good. So he is thinking.
I think, but Josh has played Warrior enough to where he would have made his decision, so I think it's actually very bad.
Oh, really?
The time it takes for somebody to make a decision when you know they're very familiar with how the deck operates can kind of tell you the strength of the hand or maybe the complexity of the hand. So what we can see here is like this. We can tell right now that there could be like a resource issue, or this is not a straightforward like Blade Runner-esque kind of play, because Josh kind of took a little long to figure out what he was doing. I'm not saying he doesn't have it. I'm just saying that something is off, whether it be the resource count or whatever the case may be.
I can't
Definitely loses
imagine
that.
it would be a resource issue, considering that he started the turn with a Vigor and has a blue in the pitch, right? It's possible.
Well, if he has
but
a Blade Runner in hand in a red, right? Like if his only card in hand is a red right now, he has to pitch the whole card to swing that second hatchet, which is like not super exciting, but it is a blue. Okay. So I guess Josh was just taking his sweet time. Or maybe he was thinking about popping the gold again. But this is a really clean curve. I mean, you dump the resources into the bracers, and even if there was anything floating, you could have put it in the chest. So yeah, straightforward play.
Yep.
I guess maybe he was thinking about
6.
saving the sharpened steel. He could have been thinking on whether he was going to sit on it or not.
I think you're starting to get to the point where it's like you just need to kind of maximize the efficiency of your hands. Your life total's so low, right? So it's probably just correct to present more and try to get more cards out of your hand at this point.
Kayo can operate very well on those like 2-card hands with bare fangs and stuff like that. However, if he gets to the point where he's at low life total, one bad draw, you just lose, right? You draw 3 no blocks because you run like 15 of them. And you just lose the game on the spot, right? So like that is something that, just like Josh needs to be watching his life total for pulping, David has to start considering, maybe not quite yet, but like entertaining the idea of, hey, maybe I need to keep a little extra life in case I draw a bunch of no blocks.
Right. Yeah, I think that was a very good line because it forces the Brave Forge on the second is just one more point of value, right? And then you get the Vigor for the next turn.
We got agility and double might on this, which is well, the agility is completely wasted because he has no resources, and unless he runs snatch in his Kano deck and it's in Arsenal. Yep, just a swing big
All
for
right, Nathan.
casual 10. Casual 10.
Here it comes. It's gonna be
2 Arsenal. Oh, he has a quicken token? No, he's gonna pitch into
he
it.
has a quicken token. He's gonna attack again.
Yeah.
Come on,
Yeah, it's the
What are you
same
doing?
line. Yeah, it's the same
get
line.
out of here.
Peasy. In
Tyler,
fact,
all of
if
the
it's
lists,
a blue,
all the
Go
lists that we are playing this tournament are going to be posted at the end of the stream. So you will have public access to all of these crazy brews or just, decent test decks.
so Josh went into the chest there, right? I'm kind of a fan of popping gold and swinging the second hatchet and arsenaling a card. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not. It is a little bit riskier, but I think he's a little bit behind, and I think he needs that that guarantee. If you or that he needs a little bit of
Right.
high roll right now for
Oh,
this reason
I
right here.
smell blood in the water. Let's see what he draws. This is 2 resources ready to go. We're going to at least see a claw. Maybe. Depends on what he draws. Okay, there's the claw.
Legend has it that Kayo lost his arm by arm wrestling Betsy. I don't know if you knew that.
Oh, yeah. Who said that?
Me.
Well, it's got to be true.
It has to. I would never leave you wrong. I told you a swing big, or I told you a massacre was a swing big or a CNC. It has to be right.
Exactly.
I just want to go
I just
listen
don't
to
know
Full
how you
House.
can reach your arm, though, How could he reach the arm?
Thick. Boots coming in for the block.
Why are you gonna say it like that?
Thick.
Oh, stupid.
Josh putting in the UGG boots for the block. Okay, what?
Gotta know when to hold him. Gotta know when to fold him. He's
Oh,
blocking
that's
me
a
to hold him
berserk.
right now.
Has it and no go again at the perfect moment because it does not matter unless the Arsenal's a 1 cost.
Right.
In which I'm sorry, David.
Very unlikely that it's a 1 cost. It's not many 1 costs in KO, right?
Not that don't require discard.
Correct.
So we're just gonna take 1 here, try and stay as far away from that pulping range as possible. Has a vigor token, so can cleanly swing for 2 and arsenal a card. If I was a betting man, that's more than what Josh plans to do. 2 in arsenal. Hopefully a D-react to shut down a pulping. That would be intense way to
That'd be
finish the
great.
game.
That'd be great.
But I haven't. Have you seen a D-react on Josh's end yet? I don't think I have.
I don't think so. I don't think so. I was playing a test game earlier against a KO. I have a sink below an arsenal. They attack with a pulping. I block, sink below, and they immediately concede. It was awesome.
Yeah.
A wonderful waste of my time. All right, so we're gonna dig up dinner. I really like this card.
In KO? What?
Sure. Why not? Gain some life.
I can think.
Guaranteed. Gonna gain some life.
I can
and
think
get
of a lot of
attacks.
reasons why.
Listen, they know something that we don't. Okay.
I mean, clearly,
1,
one hit,
2,
2.
3.
Look
Bro,
at that value,
busted.
value, off of a blue,
Insane. Yep.
off of a blue.
Hard to beat. Card's insane. Yeah, it is a little odd in an aggro deck, isn't it?
I mean, there's just so much risk associated with that
I
non-6
know.
that I don't think I would incorporate one in my blue spot. But I mean, hey, to each his own.
Listen, it's for the fatigue matchups, but it's in your blue base because you don't want to play sideboard blues. Makes sense. There it is.
That's it.
All right.
Okay.
Nothing changes.
Nope.
Coming in for 7 still. But we are not getting a might token. This is like the first turn of the game where they haven't made a might token. Like, basically.
Now, if Josh has a good hand here, he just blocks with one hand, pressures KO's life total to get the hand, and tries to really like keep KO down to two cards. Basically, is the idea. But if he
And
has
we
a
still have
subpar
one-
hand, he really needs to block 6 probably.
Still have 1 armor. Just in case. So with that being said, with 1 armor, he can go down to 3. If he's worried about not being able to present lethal, being able to go to 3, keeping that piece of armor means that you're able to survive at least 1 pulping, 1 red pulping. We might see that happen.
Yeah, I think the only reason you block with the
Well-
armor if it keeps you above 2 in case they run reckless swing.
Sure. It's very possible. They're
It is.
playing dig up dinner.
I mean, anything's possible, right?
Anything's possible.
Sing it with me, chat.
I'm gonna put you on mute. This will be the worst commentator experience. We'll just be talking all over each other because I can't hear you.
That sounds like the nightly Discord conversation.
Oh yeah, you're right. Depends on who's in there. Everybody's talking all over each other.
By the way, if you're not in the Card Guys Discord, we're in there most nights, just chatting, have a good time. Join. Don't be shy.
Wait, which chord?
The Card Guys Discord.
Discord. Which chord? Discord.
Discord.
That's right. Where's the soundboard? I need the laugh track
Oh, don't do that.
because chat is not laughing
Oh.
with me.
Don't do that.
This is a very pivotal turn. Makes sense that they're really taking a think on it.
Thomas is trying to
this
derail
decides
the
the
whole
game, right?
stream. Thomas is trying to derail the whole stream.
No, Nathan, it's
I
stuck
saw-
in your head.
I read it, bro, and it's just like
Oh yeah, I sang it in my head too.
I have to
Nope.
say it.
No, you don't. You don't have to. You do not have to.
Oh god.
Please
Ed?
don't. What? Yeah.
I
Here it comes.
You want to build a snowman?
We can build it all day long.
Oh man. The perks of having kids, you get to enjoy Frozen, right? All right, so we got the
I
hatchet
enjoyed
coming in
Frozen
hot.
before having kids.
Bro, I'm telling you. I mean, some of the Disney movies.
Oh,
I mean, they're
Ash is here. She's
Oh,
here.
it just showed up. That's just
Oh God, what happened? Oh,
hero
no.
ability. Hero ability. Start with a dash playmat in play.
Broken. Oh, okay. We got to change everybody to.
Oh, everybody
All right.
just
Oh
pinged
yeah, it's
and
rough.
wow.
It's rough.
Bear with us, chat. We got discombobulated. But don't worry, we're professionals. Okay.
All right. We're back to where we were. It's fine. It wasn't that big of a deal. All right, so he's excuse me. He went to 2. What am I missing? Oh no. He's playing these cards. My bad. He blocked with only the hidden right.
Yep, that's correct.
Yep.
And if I'm not mistaken, this has less than 1 go again. which is no go again.
No, it has an agility. Look.
Oh, now it does. But it doesn't help
that.
him this turn.
He's got an agility.
Oh,
What do you
okay.
mean?
Now that that's settled.
It is legal.
Ed, did you go to a pre-release today?
I did not. I did not have time. I needed to be available for all the beautiful people in the chat.
Well, see, I went to 2 rounds and then dipped. So.
Oh no! He has it.
The
he should have blocked with
reckless
the brains.
swing.
No way. All right. Discard. Come on. What is it?
Josh, you
he's
had
talking
one
about it. He's like,
job.
I should have blocked. No.
Josh, you had
Oh,
one
God.
job.
Okay, they're all 6s.
Oh, he had the pulping anyway, so it like really didn't matter.
Sure. It was yellow pulping, so he could have survived.
Yeah.
With the armor, right?
Rip. No worse feeling in the game than dying with 1 armor left to a reckless swing. That's like... That's a rough one.
Oh yeah, I just noticed that the stream, whenever it like reset, it was only on Josh's side.
Oh,
yeah, we'll
there's
fix
the
it in just a second,
cash-ins.
guys.
There's the cash-ins.
All together. Look there. They're ready to go.
All in the
Ding,
bottom
ding,
of the
ding.
deck.
Yeah, seriously, golly. Josh had to go digging.
Yeah, we're gonna fix the screen for you guys.
Yeah, it looks like Josh wasn't on any D-Reacts as far as I can tell, huh? I do have his list. Let me take a look-see. Well, I guess
Josh, hurry up,
when you can
come back and fix it.
All right, let me see. I'm just hopping in chat to say rip. Okay. See how many D-Reacts he's got. He has 6 in the list. He's got Fates and Sinks. I guess he didn't bring him in. I feel like that's a card that you just like probably want, right?
I mean, you say that, and I played a game against Alan today, and I sat on a sink below, waiting for a pulping for 7 turns.
Hi.
Hello.
Never came.
Okay.
Josh.
Josh, you got to fix the stream.
Yes.
It exploded.
We are okay. So I moved us back to the score screen. So I lost
Kaiser.
Then.
You need to make Kaiser gray, and Josh needs to be not purple.
Okay, give me a second.
Nice.
Okay, there's a lot of things I gotta fix on the scoreboard. Give me a second.
God, I'm excited for Victor. I want to see it. I needs it.
Okay. Okay. Is everything okay on the stream? Okay.
Yeah, we even
guys-
have the waterfall in the background.
Oh, yeah. Alan, are you here?
I just hear a waterfall.
I can. Okay, he muted himself. Yeah. Okay. Let's quickly talk about that game. We got David in here. David, you were piloting the Kayo deck. How did you feel about that match?
Actually, I'm not very familiar with this matchup. I have not been playing with or against Olympia for like recently, but I've tried out quite a bit of Kayo. It seems to me a pretty strong hero. Like you finally get some value in your brute hero ability. Sorry if like for any I don't mean to I don't mean any offense against Rhinar, but like that my token is quite
Yeah,
quite some value in a long game.
game. That was you generated like I think at least 10, 12 might tokens over the course of the game. The game actually started very fast, but we slowed down in the middle of the game there.
Yeah, I was not expecting that. To be honest, I brought in like 69 decks. I had my anti-fatigue package inside, but I luckily like drew Berserk and 2 brush battles very early on.
Yep.
So I put a lot of offense in the early game, and then I set my regular swing in my arsenal. Like in like 8 turns, I felt like I would be using it very soon, but I didn't have the chance to do it like until the very late game. Yeah. So
yep,
that's a misplay.
There are two things I kind of wanted to point out in that game. The Olympia deck, that build is different than the build that I was using on stream. This build is much more zero cost focused, runs a lot of hit and runs, runs in the swing, Iron Song Response, Blade Flurry, and is reliant on Spill Blood plus a wage card to generate the first couple gold, but those didn't really line up. And then the outlet for having several gold was supposed to be cash in, but as you saw me flip the last couple hands of my deck, the 3 cash ins were in the last 2 hands. So that was a little bit unfortunate there. There wasn't really a payoff there. The list I used on stream does run double down plus cash in. So there's 2 outlets for gold there. So it's, you know, I don't know if it's more or less consistent. It's just a different style. And then at the end of the game, I was like, it's a Berserk combo KO deck running Reckless Swing. I was deciding whether to block with my grades or not. Basically go to 3 or go to 2. And I was like, I think I need the Vigor token to win this like end game loop against him. And nope, that didn't work. He had the one of Reckless Swing and killed me. So I think if the game went on from there, it would be pretty back and forth. I had the Glint draw for I think I would have some tempo, but you would have a little bit of a life buffer, so it would have continued on for a couple more turns there. But yeah. Pretty interesting match there. Okay, next up, do you have anything else that you want to talk about, Ed or Nathan or David?
Yeah, thanks for the game. Yeah.
Yep, no problem.
Like to see you next time.
Sure. Ed and Nathan, you guys were commentating that game, correct?
Yep.
Yes.
Yep. Any thoughts on that or anything that you want to talk about?
The Berserk turn ended up way less climactic than I thought it was going to be.
Same.
It ended up just looking like a just normal Blood Rush step bellow, just like more steps.
But, yeah. I was like, okay,
it was cool to say. It was still cool.
Yeah, it was very cool to see.
Yeah, the dig up dinner was confusing for a little bit too. Not that it's a bad card, it's just like you're adding more misses to your deck, and that's fine. But either way, both players were playing very well, very optimized. We were analyzing some of your lines, and it's just Nathan was like, why would Josh do it on that attack instead of this one? He's like, oh, because Josh knew that it was just better that way. And it like ended up just being slightly better because you would get like a bigger token or something along those lines and stuff. So no, it was good.
Okay. Yeah, I think that game I think it was pretty interesting. I wish I generated a little bit more agility, vigor, and gold tokens over the course of the game, but c'est la vie is what it is. All right, up next we have Nathan Crawford playing a very beautiful warrior up against.
I'm gonna go ahead and hop in with.
Sure. Yeah, Nova.
The man with 6 ping.
Yep.
Hi, Nathan.
The guy that almost what was it? Triple B. He almost bye-bye'd Briar.
Yep.
So you could go tell him like,
One
hey,
life.
good job, good job. You didn't LL Briar.
You did that.
Okay.
All right, I'm hopping in.
All right, yeah. So all right, so it looks like it's Alan, Ed, and I gonna be commentating this one here. Okay, let us switch the graphics to this one here. All right, so as I alluded to earlier, we have Nathan Crawford playing Dorinthia up against Nova Chan playing Victor High and Mighty. Now, Ed, you are the resident Guardian player.
I'm so excited.
Please enlighten me about Victor High and Mighty.
All right. I'm gonna be honest. When I first saw him, I was like, probably not that great. Okay. I was like, how is he better than Bravo? All right. Been playing him a little bit past couple of days, got probably 20, 30 games or so. And boy, oh boy, is he better than I thought. So the value that you get off of cards like Tufts of Strength and Trounce is insane. Because when you win those clashes and you create a gold token, you're getting a whole extra card, which just at minimum, if you're blocking with it, you're getting 3 points of value to your already pretty decent turn cycles that you have with Guardian, where you get to say, block with 2 cards, and then I'm going to swing, this 2-card 8 off of a surge, something like a debilitate or something along those lines, right? So he's pretty good. He's pretty good. He ends up usually damage fatiguing a lot of people, and then finishing off the game with his specialization card, the Golden Sun. So he will crack his gold that he generates throughout the game. Say, here's 10, sometimes even 11 overpower, depending on if you have a might token. Pretty common to do. And just closes the game there. So I like him a lot.
Okay. All right, we're gonna switch into the game now, and we'll get this going. So in terms of clashes, Warrior should be up there with Wizard in terms of who you want to be clashing against, right? Other than Bolton.
Absolutely. Yes. So you still would want to clash with Bolton, right? Because your attacks are just bigger.
That's true.
And then against Kassai, funny enough, if you play against Kaiser, you might not win your clashes.
That's true.
Depending on the situation. So,
yeah.
You guys are going to go whenever you're ready, Nathan.
Okay. Can you change Kaiser to gray?
The host
yes.
probably can. Yes. Okay. In terms of the deck build for Victor, how many attack action cards would you be running versus non-attack actions / block cards?
The answer is yes, and that is all I will say.
You're running everything.
There's legitimately, you're basically running all attacks, so you have super high consistency on your clashes. And the only non-attacks that you really play are your block cards or maybe some sideboard defense reactions depending on what you're doing. So I see a lot based on my ratios playing, normal 60 card deck. I'm getting around, 40 something poppers just in general. That does not include the clash cards that are 4-cost blues, right? So it's a ton. It's a ton. It's almost a complete attack action deck. So, which leads into Bolton. Bolton might be a little spooky, but let's look at this card that Nathan is playing here.
So he's not going to get the
We'll
agility
take it
token
on the
here.
chin.
He's just filtering here.
Okay.
If Nathan doesn't switch the position of his
Nathan
axis,
went first.
This is gonna... Did he go? No.
This is gonna bother you.
No. Nova went first. Nathan played take it on the chin just to filter that out of his deck. I believe.
I gotcha. I was looking at the chat. My bad.
Yeah. If Nathan does not switch the positions of his hatchets, I'm gonna go crazy. Hatchet of body is always
we
on the
gotta have
left.
a little bit of variety.
Oh my god, what's this leading with hatchet of mind?
It's
oh my god.
It's mind and body, not body and mind. Okay. That is the way the youngsters do it.
Is it? All right, so Nathan's starting with
it.
the Goblet and then Blade Runner. So this is going to look kind of similar to Olympia. But as we can see, Nathan opted for a Tunic and obviously running Crown of Providence instead of Galea. So there's going to be some differences here. And obviously this is a much slower matchup, whereas, Kayo and Olympia can just be like a giant brawl.
Right. So notice Nova is playing Tunic. I know a lot of people have been on tech plating and try to float their what is it? The Vigor is the one that makes the resource. Float their resource into a follow-up turn if they don't get to use their resource the initial turn that you get it, right? So we'll see what's happening there. Usually if a Guardian is playing Tunic, that means they're going to CNC pummel you, right? So maybe that might be the case here.
Okay, so that was a very, very weird block from Nathan. He blocked with Bracers plus Take It on the Chin and didn't use Dynamos here, even though he has Go Again. So little bit inefficient here, I think, because Spoils of War is basically becoming Yellow Sharpened Steel that costs 1. Looks like he pulled it back there. And if you're not playing Spoils of War on the first swing, you're missing out on potential copper value here. So a little bit odd here that he didn't just block with Dynamos plus.
Here it is.
Plus a 3 block.
Trounce.
Yeah, Trounce, one of the strongest cards. You would think Overpower would be decent in a clash, right? But apparently not.
Yeah, Trounce is so cool.
Did they?
It's you clash with the attacking hero twice. If you win both clashes, you get a gold, might, and vigor. You have to win both clashes, not half, both.
Yep.
But Victor has this cool little ability that says if you would lose a clash, you can sacrifice one of your golds.
Yep.
In this matchup, you're probably not losing the clash.
Yep.
Probably not. But
and
okay,
this
is we got all the things. Absolutely.
Yep. So personally, I would have liked Nathan to block with the Dynamos plus the Spoils of War. Unless he's desperately trying to. Yep. So the Dori hero ability is relevant here, right? Because he could, with Spoils of War here, he could attack again, right? But this would have to be Hatchet of Body into Hatchet of Body. So the second attack wouldn't get buffed to. Or would it get buffed? Let's see. If the last
I think it does.
Turn. Yeah, it gets +1 until end of turn.
Oh, is it the last attack?
No, it says until end of turn. So so it would work
nice.
how he would want it. So you can actually go Hatchet of Mind, Hatchet of Body, and go 2-3-3 as base. Quite good.
Okay, this sequencing isn't bad then because he had the agility, right?
Yeah.
And now he's going in spoils to give it go again.
Makes more sense now. Yep.
Right.
So the only thing I'm watching out for now is like, does he want to cycle something into his arsenal? Is that why he, used the And it looks like the
he's
answer is
he's
yes.
got to, right?
Mhm.
Yep.
Yep. So it looks like high
So
party
notice-
things are copper tokens. Did he make copper?
Yeah,
He should.
notice that Victor still has 4 cards and
Yes.
blocked for 3.
Did Nathan hit that turn? Or did everything get...
Yes, he did.
He should have copper then. Well, hope that he remembers
Let me
that.
type that.
This is a 17 damage turn.
This is a 17 damage turn. Rouse into Golden Sun. Seems pretty good.
Oh my god.
Crazy.
It's disgusting.
Okay, there's the copper tokens. Yeah. I presume you're running Cash-In and Dori, but maybe not. Even if you don't run Cash-In 1 in 100 games, copper does bail you out. So this is oh boy, Golden Sun gonna be pretty ridiculous here.
No, yeah.
Dorinthia is one of the heroes that can block overpower pretty well, though. Depending on the build. Obviously, Hatchet Dori is going to be much more attack action focused. So I'm also kind of
Overpower
looking at
just as action, though, right?
Yeah, so you could block with
Just action, period.
Yes. So if Dori has like Spoils of War, Hit and Run,
Reaction
you
cards.
can't,
Yeah.
you can't block with all 3 of them. So something I'm going to be keeping a close eye on here is how many times does he reset Dynamos? And I think the answer should be pretty high, but we'll see.
Right.
Okay, Golden Sun here. The specialization card of Victor says you can destroy a gold token, which it looks like he did. This is 10 overpower, and looks like he's going to take 7 here.
No other text. It's just 10 overpower for 4 is extremely strong, obviously. So doesn't really need any additional text or any on hits.
Yep. Good value. Also, if you reveal it with a clash, that's really good.
Yeah, it happens more than you would think. I've won some clashes not expecting to hit Golden Sun, get the gold token, draw the Golden Sun, have a surge. Now I have a 10 card play instead of a hammer play. It's like, it's crazy.
Yep.
It's crazy.
Ooh, a new card there. Runner going to be met with a Sig Blue. And the life totals are even now at 28.
Yep. It's hard for it not to be even when you present 20 value in one turn with your 3 block and then 17 on your turn.
Yep. All right, pitch.
Yeah, this is why Victor is so
here.
good.
This could be a pummel here. We got 1 floating and Tunic up. Let's see if Nathan plays
Is it pummel time?
Spinal Crush is pretty good.
Might be pummel time.
Glint, Runner, and is that Fatal? That is Fatal engagement. Okay. Nova arsenalling. Nathan doing a little bit of a setup turn and passing back.
Sure.
Goblet is a pretty good card. Allows you to set up with a Vigor and an Agility token.
It is definitely the best one out of the blues.
All right,
so we're back to Nova, right?
Yeah, Nathan handing Nova full tempo here. Guardian sometimes can't use full tempo, so yeah, looks like he's trying to dig for something relevant.
Sure.
Okay, E-Strike is a good start.
Does E-Strike go again? Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I used to really dislike E-Strike and Guardian, but ever since I started playing the Tunic variants of Bravo, I've really fallen in love with it because you're playing way less blues, and depending on the way this Victor is set up, right, they could be on something like 33 blues. This kind of shores up your hands where you get a bunch of reds, it's just efficient there. And also, the versatility of being able to say, here's go again, which is what's going on here, I imagine, into another attack, whether it's a prime to fight. Heck yeah. I think this is just for 9, right?
Yep.
It's not
Yep.
stacked, but
It's just
I
vanilla
mean,
9 here.
it's better than 4.
Mm-hmm.
Better than 4.
Yeah, it's fairly easy for Victor to satisfy both of these conditions. And then obviously the Vigor would reduce this to a 3 cost. So Nova just saying, okay, you know what? I'm basically going to turn my gold token into some resources and play this out and be efficient. So that was a good 5-card hand there from Victor. All right,
Yeah, for sure. I'm curious if he ended up drawing one of those cards.
Mm-hmm. I think he drew a blue to satisfy. Well, maybe not, because why would he have to? Yeah, he probably drew the red. Yeah, he probably drew the red.
Right.
And Crown of Providence here. Extremely important in Victor because sometimes you just draw extra cards, right? And then you have to put a blue into Arsenal. And looks like, is that Agile Engagement? It is Agile Engagement. Giving the weapon +3, but no agility token. But that does trigger Dori on the Hatchet of Mind. Yellow hit and run. With lead with speed, sorry.
Yeah, create another agility token.
Yep, so we're seeing the strength of Dorinthia with hatchets here, being able to go 3 wide while still setting up for the next turn here.
Oh, yeah.
And Nova drawing.
Okay, so he is playing Pummel.
Yep, he is playing Pummel, and that is not a playable hand, so he's going to dump 8. And Nathan says, all right, we're going to swing with the Hatchet of Mind, take 3. Yep. All right. Nathan restoring his dynamos and still has the agility token here. Now,
I've seen a good amount of Victors cutting Pummel in their lists nowadays, so it's nice to see the good old Welcome to Wraith generic reaction.
Mm-hmm. And you don't even have to play all 3 copies, right? Like, as soon as you start blocking or playing one, it's just going to go through their mind the whole time, right? This is one of the
the majority of the value that you get from Tunic is going to be from your 4 cost attacks anyway, right? And if you just happen to line up one of those, that's just kind of gravy, right?
Yep,
so
exactly.
I know Bravo for a long time, before the Tunic builds, we were usually on 2. That was kind of like the go-to for me, at least, for a little while. And then I think Oldham was the same way.
All right, that was an interesting turn there. Nathan blocked with all his remaining non-Tunic armor. Did not sink a card. So I have a feeling this is going to be a 3-wide turn again. Now, if I was in Nova's position here, it looks like he's taking it back. And he's going to mill a card. Okay. Nathan's saying, I'm going to conserve the... Okay, so that card's going to get milled.
Yep.
And then now Nathan
they can banish this too. No, it's just destroy. It goes to grave. Okay.
Yeah, goes to graveyard. Looks like. Yep. Clash, destroy the top card. Yep. Okay, so Nathan holding onto his armor for something a little bit more relevant there. I mean, if you block with Crown on something that doesn't have an on-hit effect and you don't sink, that's generally, I would consider that a misplay.
Yeah, it just doesn't make a lot of sense.
Yep. So if Dorinthia is keeping a 5-card hand here, that means she wants to go 3 wide. But there's a lot of requirements there. She has to have resources, she has to have go again, and she has to have a pump. And the pump is actually the hardest part here, because unless he has Blade Flurry here, this is going to be difficult for this to get value here. Blade Flurry actually sees extra damage in Dorinthia because you can attack 3 times with it. So, hey, Warrior has a 0 for 6. Pretty good, right?
Here it is. Test of vigor or test of strength.
Test of strength here.
Oh, we're gonna get a gold. He
Wall
did
up.
it. Woo!
Yep, wall
Crazy.
up and Iron
Who
Sword
knew?
response.
Ooh, and it's wallop too.
Yep.
So he's getting a vigor token as well. What a way to start.
Yep. Very strong
That's
there.
awesome. You get to draw that blue.
Mm-hmm. Blade Runner played on the next card and in the swing, ensuring that this hits.
Right.
This, I mean, yeah, he has to ensure that this hits because the first one it did not hit.
Yep, just trying to get that 3 attack going.
Yep. So extra resources here being poured into the bracers. And this should come in for 5, I believe.
We're playing blue in the swing too, are we?
Yep. Blue in the swing is not a bad card in hatchets.
Is he playing that in addition to Iron Sun Reprise blue?
Yep.
Or response, I mean?
Yes. That is...
Oh, it's on there. It's on the board.
Yep.
Jeez, I didn't even see it.
Yeah, Iron Song Response Blue, I think, is played in pretty much
Awesome.
every style of Dorinthia because 1 damage can win the game. And in the swing just makes sense because you need a decent amount of blues and yeah. All right, life totals favoring Victor slightly, tempo favoring Victor slightly. Nathan should reset his dynamos. Yep, good job, Nathan.
There's a good amount of armor more on Victor's side as well. Still, because you got the shield. Don't forget about the shield
here. Now the civic steps is very difficult to block with the civic steps here, right? Because if you block the first chain link, well then Dori can attack twice more. If you block,
so last turn would have been a good example, right? Because like on the second swing, if you block with the civic steps, you know they kept a 5-card hand. They're going to try to swing again. They're going to push it over. So if you can get a good like rounded out block for that civic steps, give them the quicken token, so they just like waste it and pretend it's a greater fist. Like that's awesome. I don't believe there was a super good opportunity there. Unfortunately, because I think it was just like a 2-card block, if I remember correctly. But that is the kind of like opportunities you're looking for.
Yeah, I think Nathan, because the base axe was 3, Blade Runner yellow is 2 more, Brave Forge Bracers, it should be 6 there. So yeah, Nathan did forget the damage there. And you're correct, Blade Flurry only applies to first and second attack. If only Blade Flurry said your weapons gain +2 this turn. Then we would have Rain Razors at home.
The card would be insane.
Yep.
It would be insane. It's already pretty good.
All right. Crown of Providence blocking here, sinking the arsenal or a card in hand. He's getting to the life point where he's got to be careful for another Golden Sun. Because it does seem like his deck is pretty heavy on attack action cards. So it's very, very possible that he draws 3 action cards at every action or something like that.
Right. Yeah, with the Vigor token, here is the power of Victor as well with this Prime to Fight. A 2-card 9 just by itself. Very, very efficient.
Yep.
And it's not far-fetched that he would see a Golden Sun probably coming up very, very soon, if that's not already the arsenal. He's waiting for an opportunity to do that. We have a Tunic counter coming up on 3. Yeah, I mean, give 2 to 3 cards here and you might just seal it.
I think with the armor situation right now, it is unlikely that Nathan could crawl out of here.
Nathan would have to draw a bunch of cards that were not reactions specifically. Right.
Mhm.
That's pretty much the only way. But still, leaking good amount of damage and putting them in a life total area where you just hammer by itself request 2 cards. That's very significant.
Mhm. So we see the gauntlets blocking for the first time here. This would stop, any of the baby attack reactions. And conveniently, this covers it up so Dorinthia's hero ability doesn't trigger here. So lead with speed into a hatchet here. So this is red. So this is 9 here. So giving him blocking with the civic steps here, really, really smart on Nova's part. Saying, you got an agility? How about you have a quick
So he already
attack?
has an agility. Right, exactly.
So it's possible that
another
Nathan,
good opportunity to do this.
Yeah. So it's possible Nathan takes his turn off, just blocks for 4 cards, but we'll see. Look, okay, blocks for 2 cards here if he wants. He could keep a blue here, move something important to Arsenal, pressure back a little bit. But either way, we definitely are going to see these dynamos jumping in front of this.
Mm-hmm. Get that break point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, dynamos are a really, really, really strong card. But I do think you really have to commit to really blocking with, or to really supporting them. I do feel like there's been a couple situations where grains would have gotten a bit more value. Ooh, agile engagement here. Finally gonna get something done here.
Mm.
Yeah. And a couple more card blocking.
Nice.
All right.
All right, let's see what this 2-card hand is this time.
Yep.
Or I guess 3-card hand.
Looks like it's going to use this tunic. And,
Golden Sun.
Oh boy, Golden Sun here.
Crack that gold. Bang.
Yep. 10 overpower here. So
what's up? It's 10.
Yep. So basically,
Nathan's over here just screaming because he has
cards.
all actions.
Nah. Nah, not yet. The game's not over yet.
Not yet. Okay.
He's basically got to block with 3 cards plus dynamos here, and then swing back with a blue. And reset his dynamos, basically. He could block with dynamos, bracers plus 2 cards and go to 2. So he has Blade Runner, so he's not dead. Lead with speed, unfortunately having to block here. Ooh. So that's 5, 6, 7. So he's taking 3 here.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
The 1.
And blue in the swing here. Going to fuel this turn here. Which means the other card in hand is probably a 2-block attack action card. Or action card. Because there's no reason to block with lead for speed here when you have Tunic up. Victor winning another clash here.
Surprise.
Mm-hmm. All right, we got hit and run here. So if this is not blocked, then he could come in for a 3rd attack. Yep. So that's actually something interesting, is that, you're incentivized to try to shut down both the 1st and 2nd attack, because if you don't shut down both the 1st and 2nd attack, there will be a 3rd attack, which is where Dori gets some of her value here. Just a hammer.
This is a spot where tech plating would be pretty good, because you have your Vigor token that could translate into a Surge, but I don't think it's possible in a deck constructed the way that Nova has it to be able to play tech plating as efficiently as you will with Tunic, because with Tunic, again, we saw a pummel blocked with pummel earlier. Right, that's exactly what you want to be doing there.
Yep. So this should be a Dynamo plus a card block. And then 3-card hand here. I do feel like this game is going to end with a pummel. Okay. Tunic, Dynamos.
Very likely.
And take it on the chin. Going to give him agility token. Going to start the turn with the agility token. Spill blood into hatchet. Probably 3 hatchets if he has.
Ooh, clean block. Getting a gold, getting a draw card. Draw the card that we reveal.
Yep. In the swing on the top of Nathan's deck now. And this coming in for 4 here.
Yeah, we're just gonna block with the card.
Or for 5, sorry. Yep. Yeah, spill blood. Not that, only getting 2 damage in there. Okay, so
pummel.
Yeah, this could be pummel here, debilitate here. Either way, this is very difficult to block. This is going to require 3 cards here.
Correct. Yeah, you got to go +1 on the breakpoints against the Valiant Dynamo deck for sure. Just coming in for 2. What you got?
Nathan might get him to single digits here, but like I said, I do think this game ends with pummel one way or another. We know there's not pummel in Arsenal, at least.
What if it's just one cheeky pummel in the deck? Wouldn't that be funny?
It could be that way, but I think sending giant cards every turn is going to eventually wear him down. This is a little bit of a reprieve, though.
Absolutely.
This one is only going to get 2 cards here, assuming that Nathan's deck has sufficient 3 blocks. So he'll be able to keep a blue plus preferably some Source of Go again. Maybe, or send his own 6 back. Yep.
He said, I like your play. I'm going to do it too.
Yep. Seeing a very, very grindy end game here. And looks like Nova found
Yeah.
Block for 10, David. Block for 10. That card was in Arsenal forever.
Nah, he might just be in a position where he's like, you know what? If you got it, you got it.
Oh. Okay.
Wow.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's correct for Nathan to block for 6 there because you don't win by overblocking. If he has it, he has it.
Yeah, right. That's what I'm getting at.
The only reason you would overblock is to defend a combo piece in Bolton or Kano.
You're right. All right, good spot.
Yep. So at least okay.
All right,
so
he is redoing the clash here. Right. Yep. Boom. Okay, that's a win.
Yep, that's a win.
Yep, bottom of that card. Let's see, is it intact? All right. We got all the tokens.
Yep.
And we're going to draw the buckling blue. Must be some confusion about
redoing
the clash. Yep.
I wonder if it's like they're confused whether you redo a part of the clash or you redo the whole clash.
Maybe it's a question on if you can like crack a gold for both portions because it's the one card, which is not the case. All right, another 3.
He also has a quicken token here.
No need for CNC. That is not a breakpoint.
Nope.
Oh, I guess it is with the might, right? Oh,
Ooh,
okay. Well,
that's the end of the game there.
this isn't
Macho
bad.
Grande.
Isn't bad. No, it's just a 3-block and still played shunt.
Nope, it is not. Nathan's like,
all right, well, never mind.
returning those cards to the deck. All right, well, Nova there takes the game on Victor.
Cool. Yeah, I like the iteration of Victor.
Yeah, that seemed very consistent and, nice and steady.
Right. Yeah, the nice thing is you can actually add some misses to your deck because you have the redo available with your gold tokens. And if you're running shield in every matchup, same thing, right? Like you just have the redo when you're ready to go.
Yep. All right, I'm gonna bring them into
Nathan, what
the
happened?
chat here.
What happened?
What happened?
He drew 13 free cards.
You got victored.
He literally revealed a Golden Sun. Not that even if he didn't, he still wins that game 100 times. No,
Right.
I mean, of course, Nova's a high caliber player. He's not going to make any mistakes. I was battling. This is not an excuse. Half of my cards were just white pictures with like no text or anything. Yeah. I had to figure out what my cards pitched for. I had to mouse over, like for hit and run, for example. I run 9 copies. I had to mouse over and say, okay, the text says +2, so that means it's yellow. Like that was how I was identifying all my cards.
Oh my gosh!
So it was like a headache more than anything. But like, I think we both played pretty decent. I think there was a couple spots where I could have played a little bit cleaner. But Nova played amazing, of course. And just test of strength and trounce and playing a warrior where literally it's almost impossible to win a clash means that basically as long as Victor can prolong the game, he draws 6 free cards at least off of trounce and test of strength, which means he's going to accrue enough value to win the game. Basically, it's a rough matchup. Yep. It's a rough matchup.
Nathan, could you sit from blue to gray? Hi Nova, we have you in here on stream. How did you feel about that match, Nova?
I think it's just crazy, the power of the Victor ability against some not have, because he is a guardian, so he has a lot of high attack blue, and it's easy to win a clash with the other hero.
Yep. Yeah.
That means a lot. The test of strength or the trance is just a free block and draw back 1 hand.
Yep. So it's like you have 5 intellect on 6 of your 15 turns. So it's really, really strong.
How many pummels were you running?
Just running 2.
Yeah.
Don't want to clash with the pummel.
Right.
Yeah. Yep. Do you think Victor is the strongest guardian at the moment, or do you think Betsy or Bravo are also good?
I think Bravo and Victor is also good because the Bravo have the crippling crush, which are strong heat effect against Victor, because Victor does not have much of heat effect like the Bravo.
Yeah, Golden Sun is just 10 overpowered with no on hit, so yeah, good value, but not as disruptive as Bravo. Okay. Yeah. Is there any other things you want to talk about that match? If not, we will move on to the next one.
Okay.
Well played.
Yep, well played. Thanks, Nova. Okay, the next match we got for you guys. We got Sebastian going up against the one and only Alan Lau. Alan Lau,
What a
even
game.
though we have the same last name, is not my brother. But we are good friends. Lau is one of the most common last names in Hong Kong. I think it is the 4th most popular. So we got Kayo against Betsy. The first matchup was, or the other matchup was Kayo against Olympia, and I think this will look fairly different.
I'm
Quite
dipping
excited
out,
about
Josh.
this. Okay.
It was fun hanging out with you, chat.
All good. All
Bye
right,
bye.
We'll see you later, Ed. Thanks for... Wait, hold on. Are you the host?
No, I'm not. I'm not taking the TTS off. Don't worry about that.
Okay, yeah. Just leave
I'm
the
just going to
TTS
leave the
on.
chat. Let
Okay,
you
cool.
guys do the commentating.
Okay,
I've been
cool.
in here for 2 rounds, so I
All
can
good.
give some limelight to some other players. So
Sure. All right, cool. Okay, so...
All
right. All right, Nathan. We got 2 more matches for us to do, basically.
I think what it was
Mhm.
since Nova has 6 ping,
Yep.
he was getting the information way before I was and making better. No, I'm just kidding.
Lag. That's why I
No.
lost the game.
No, yeah. Yeah, no,
My
it was mental
cards-
lag for
Dude,
sure.
I
bro.
clicked my card and my ability didn't fire. What the fuck?
I have to show you an image of what I was looking at. It looked like checkers. Like half of them had text, half of them didn't. It was the funniest thing. But the unfortunate part is, Josh, that marks the first time I've ever lost to blue pitch during one of these things.
Uh-oh.
Ever. Nova got me.
Yeah.
Nova.
Yeah,
And to be honest, it wasn't even particularly close.
Yeah. I mean, he's stressing you out with your blood pressure, with Briar.
Yeah.
Smacking
Got
you
me.
around with Victor.
Got me
Oh
good.
boy.
No, the first time I met Nova, it was when we were drafting for Pro Tour.
This was in Baltimore.
Yeah, that one.
Yep.
And I could not beat him at draft. I couldn't do it. It was impossible. Now, I was doing some silly things and learning from some mistakes, but like he's just good. Like him and Bun, I don't know what it is at draft. They just kill it, and they're insane.
Yep. I mean, all these Hong Kong players are ridiculous. If you actually look at their lineup, they're like, yeah, Xing and Pudding, world's top 8. We don't need to put them in our roster. Let's send the other 5. Not to say that, the other 5 are like backup players, but that's how deep their roster is.
Oh, they're too good. They're too good. I had some agile engagements lined up. For those of you who don't know, that's the 1 cost plus 3 if they block with a attack action. It gives you an agility token, and every single time I had it, both times, he blocks with a test of strength or a trounce, and that was like, no. It was super unfortunate.
Uh-oh. I think I did something wrong. Okay, there we go.
What'd you do?
No, I'm seeing if this fixes the white thing for Seb.
Oh, he's having the same issue.
Well, his play mat is white.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
I don't know what it is, but it's
is it better now, Seb? Because he showed me a picture on Facebook of everything being white. Looks like he's typing. Still white for him. Okay. Well, looks like we're having some technical difficulties from some of the players. Looks like they're just, it's not loading for them quite correctly. This is yeah. Okay, so looks like we may have to go to a little, let's see. Trying to oh boy.
What's going on?
We're basically trying to buy some time for Seb to fix this. Okay, let's just go back to the scoreboard for now.
Yeah.
Okay,
Well,
so
let's chat about pre-release if you want. That'll kill
let's do
some
that.
time.
Yeah, let's do
depending
that.
on how much time we need. So one thing that I learned during the pre-release today was just to give everybody like some context. I opened my pool and it was kind of like a halfway between Kassai and Betsy. It was like a really mid pool. I did get the coach foil shield, so no complaints. But like as far as like playability, it was okay. Wasn't horrible. Wasn't great. I had like a full suite of armor for Guardian. I had a little less for Warrior, but I had the flat trackers or whatever. The boots, the most important part. And during the games, I found myself making like automatic decisions that I was making in bright lights, like using armor for block and not being 100% mindful of their offensive value, and completely lost me a game. Because I've just been stuck in that mindset to where it's been a while since we've played a limited format where your armor translated strictly to easy offensive capabilities, right? Like the Cogworks arm is like the only thing they had in base equipment for bright lights, right? And that's like
okay.
that's not even the same thing because that doesn't block.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, I've been trying to help Seb. So this is something that we definitely need to do better in the future is everybody, all 10 of us need to launch TTS before you at least 24 hours before the game. Because some of them are having trouble with this. I mean I guess they could play on Talishar, like if needed.
Works for me. But yeah, it was just a lot of moments where I did not realize the offensive potential of my equipment, and it very easily put me in a lot of rough spots. I think, believe it or not, especially certain pieces of equipment will be used offensively rather than, especially the ones with effects of like create a might token. There were so many like intricate plays where I could have like popped one piece of equipment to give my temper piece of equipment more block and stuff like that. So I think that this format, especially in sealed, is going to give a decent amount of skill expression, just in how you kind of find ways to get multiple tokens, block with temper pieces, stuff like that. A lot of value can be extracted by making plays like that. Just being in the bright lights mindset. It's not a direct one-for-one translation. I kind of, during the first game, I kind of felt like a fish out of water, to be honest. But then I started catching on very quickly and understanding, okay, just need to look at things different. But overall, I enjoyed it a ton.
All right, we're still trying to figure this out. If we can't, we will just play on Talishar. Sorry about that for the guys and gals in the stream.
All right, chat, sing it with me. Do, 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 do. Oh, you missed it, Josh. While you were playing, we got a whole theme song stuck in our head. We were talking about our spoiler video because Ed did not know the name of our heavy hitter spoiler card, and so as a good teammate,
no.
I just
What?
gave him shit for it. Right,
Oh,
I just
no.
unloaded. Right.
See,
And so that put us onto the track of like talking about all our spoiler videos. And then I remembered the one where Nam was asleep in the van and it was playing the Full House music. And so I've just been humming the song. Do, 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 do.
Oh, we actually have a donation from Shazzy Bear. Says Betsy makes my GF jelly. All right.
Sounds like Seb's having the same issue I was.
Yeah. There could be multiple reasons for that. I think you just basically have to go into single player and load all the assets yourself. Because I think it's trying to download all of them from the host, but I'm not entirely sure.
It is, but mine comes up with the SSL connection error. So something it has something to do with it's reaching for information and something's happening. I don't know what is wrong. When you logged in earlier today, was that the first time you logged into TTS in a while? Or did you log in previously earlier today?
It is, and I didn't have any issues with loading any of the cards.
That's
so
crazy.
I don't know.
Josh, we have some technical problems.
Okay, well, you guys can just play on Talishar and send me the link to observe the match.
Yeah, sure. Okay.
That does mean I have to do a lot of setup though for the stream though. So let's get to that. All right, so we do this.
I believe in you.
This. We gotta open this. All right, we gotta make a new scene on the fly. Add.
Does chat want to build a snowman? Does chat
Would you believe me if I said I've never watched Frozen?
It's actually kind of good.
Kind of good, you say? Huh. All right, let's see. This, go F11 on this. Resize it a little bit. All right. Okay, we got that. Okay, so just need the link from the players to join their game and we can observe.
All right, everybody in chat, favorite Disney movie in chat now. I need 139 answers.
Well, those answers are.
Josh, do you get the?
It does not work.
Yeah. Okay, so maybe it's Is this one?
But you can just start the game and I can observe it from the main. I could just find Betsy versus Kayo, and I'll find your name. Just start the game. You and Seb just start the game.
Okay. 你落咗去先啦，我陣間落嚟。
And while those answers about Disney movies are rolling in, Nathan, did I hear you opened a gold foil or cold foil gold legendary shield?
I did. And it can be used as a gold token.
That's pretty good. That's not bad. You know,
we take it.
I 3-0'd my draft. I only opened one Majestic, and it was a Guardian Majestic, but I had a KO pool. You mentioned how your armor was a little misused. I found cracking the flat trackers.
Oh yeah, it's so worth it.
When you've got a might out with it, because I had the chest that got temper 2 off of doing that, and every game I got temper 2 off of a block with it early, and then I would drink my potion that would make a might and an agility, and I would get the temper 1 block off of it. So my chest blocked for 3 every game. It was just awesome.
Yep.
And I 3-0'd my draft. And I don't know how the prizing worked at your place. I didn't realize there's no like winner prize for the pre-release this go around. Yeah, so I 3-0'd and then at the end it was like, okay, cool. Have a nice day. It's like, oh man, I thought I did something. Can you
find their game? I don't see their game.
If it's a private game, it will not be listed.
Oh, did they make it private? We might need to let them know. But aside from being disappointed with not getting something for doing well, aside from the satisfaction of a job well done, I had a great time. What a great sealed. It's like probably the best sealed in the game, in my opinion.
Yeah. Did you open anything cool?
No, I just opened a good enough KO pool.
All right, let's go over some of the answers in chat. We got Moana. I can respect that. My kids went through a Moana phase. Hercules, love the music. Love the music in Hercules.
Great
Hunchback of Notre Dame. I would not expect.
Hi. You guys need to make sure that the game is not private or we can't view it.
Oh, shit. Yes. I press it private because or we restarted maybe.
Yep. Yes, please restart it.
Sorry. We can restart.
And I'll send you a message on Discord. You just load the game, but don't take the first turn. And I'll message you when you can take the first turn, because it takes me time to find the game, because there's a lot of games listed.
Okay.
All right. I am back. I think we sorted things out.
On TTS or Tauscher?
On Tauscher. They made a private game, so they're just restarting.
And did they just send you a link or something?
No, I'm gonna have to find their game, and then I will DM them when they can start. Okay, I see. There's Derp versus J-Max. I really wish they would finish their game because they're
Derp versus J-Max.
I keep
Lilo
on
and Stitch. That's it.
Okay, we found their game. All right, you guys, you see the game, Nathan? On Tauscher? It's AAAA versus It's Sebra.
It doesn't. I'm looking. Betsy and Kayo, right?
Yep. There's only 2 games.
Nope, that's Derp and J-Max.
Yeah, find the not
Wrong
Derp
one.
versus J-Max.
Where are you at? Where's big old Betsy? What? I just see one.
Refresh the page.
Fresh. Kayo versus Betsy.
It's towards the top, or at least mine was.
Okay, I found it. I'm there.
Okay,
like swimwear.
I'm all right.
Ooh.
All right, I have told
And
the players
Seb
to
brought
go.
in Ball Breaker.
Yep. All right, guys. Sorry for the delay. Here we go. Okay, so looks like this is turned 0. Alan is going first, and is throwing Anathos at Kayo. All right, let's talk about the equipment and all that.
Deep analysis.
Yeah.
So equipment looks pretty standard, I would say. I would say that that's the standard loadout for KO for most matchups. And then same for Betsy. I think Betsy kind of revolves around Anathos a little too much to run any other weapon. And then obviously you have the hat that is the reason to play her, and then your standard Guardian equipment, if you will.
Mm-hmm. So we saw Madcap Charger into Ballbreaker. Okay, so let's talk about how Betsy's going to approach this matchup. So we know that her ability is dependent on wagers to gain +1 in overpower. So I think we're going to be seeing quite a few of the wage attacks, but also the helmet can give you wager on a stick as well, which is quite nice, but it requires some gold to get that started. So there's several deck building constraints or requirements for Betsy. Oh man, this game is actually much harder for me to observe than in TTS. E-Strike for Dyed.
Oh, it's fine for me. I'm used to this.
Yeah, I don't play too much on Talishar, so this is normally I do the play-by-play, but that's all right. Okay, bet big from Betsy. Wagering everything. This is their specialization. So
that's it. Risking it all.
Yeah, risking it all. So KO probably is built with 50 plus attack actions. So in order to block this could require either a D-react, a block card, or basically the rest of the armor here. And I think
I'm going to be 100% honest, Josh. I don't mind jamming the armor here.
You do lose a lot of the value from Flesh Bag, but yeah, it might just be unnecessary evil here.
Well, the way that I look at wager is wager. The way that I look at it in my mind is you kind of take whatever you get and multiply it by 2, right? Because it's not you just gain a gold, a might, and a vigor token.
Yep.
But you're actively preventing your opponent from getting said tokens, right? So yes, you're losing value on the flesh bag because it basically has no text and everything, but you're gaining so much value because you're getting all that and not giving it to your opponent.
Yep. So it looks like Seb decided to keep his hand here, and Betsy generated a ton of tokens there. Seb played Wild Ride, and Alan blocked with Test of Strength. And Seb going to continue his turn with Reincarnate. Alan taking the damage and going to strike back with 3 cards here. Money Where Your Mouth Is. Ooh, that's a good card. And
yeah, Alan's got a good gold generation going right now.
Yep. And this is 8 with a wager on it. Looks like it's difficult for me to tell what is being wagered here.
It's gold. You just mouse over. It'll tell you the symbol. I'm pretty sure, right? Or no. Yeah, it's gold and whatever is on the hat,
right?
Which hat is might and vigor. Yeah, so it's gold, might, and vigor is what's being wagered. And this has no overpower
nope
on it. So
very incentivized to block this.
Feel free. Yeah,
Yeah.
like feel free to block it.
Yep.
The question is, you block 2 cards, give the boots, and how do you see this is because then you're wasting the vigor because you can't really do a whole lot with it. Well, he has tunic counter, so you can
Yeah.
oh, what if he just plays like a swing big without pitching a card? That'd be kind of hot.
It's gonna get great value from just attacking with a weapon here. Gonna be able to hit back for 5. Seems pretty good.
1 card 10 one time.
Bare fangs.
Swing big.
Or swing big.
We'll take that. We'll take that.
Bare fangs would be pretty good here.
Mhm.
I'm not sure what Seb is thinking about here.
Ah.
Yep. So the only reason to hesitate there is if that was like a yellow or blue 2 cost in hand.
Yeah, it's a 2 cost. He was just thinking on whether he plays it or arsenals it.
Yeah, I think you always
Which
go with the weapon,
I understand
right?
the thought process. Well, I wouldn't say always. It depends on how hard of a card it is to get out.
All right.
And base the decision off of that.
Yep. Okay, we got another bet big here. Gonna have overpower from her hero ability. It's gonna get +1 from her hero ability, and it's wagering.
Yep.
Everything. Except agility, of course. So we've seen Alan do really well with the gold generation this game. So.
Mm-hmm. He started out strong. I mean, partly it was Seb that could have jammed the armor to stop. And he technically could do the same here.
Will, if you are here, I recommend you go on TTS right now with Jack Tang and see if
he's doing it.
Okay.
Yeah. Already in there, ready
Yep.
to rock, baby. I don't know about Jack though. Jack Steffens.
Well, just make sure everything is set up okay. All right, Blood Rush Bellow here into Wild Ride, and Alan takes damage here. Pulping.
Ooh, good play. And discard.
Yeah.
Sure.
It's gonna have another go again here. And Blood Rush Bellow gonna turn into 6 value easily here. And technically 9 value because he drew an extra card, right? So going 3 wide.
And important.
Yeah.
Important to note, he did pitch Beast Within, which basically means that it was his only resource card at the time, because you would actively want to discard that probably.
Yep.
So
he drew into the blue.
So maybe he drew into a blue, or maybe we could see like a double red pitch here into Ball Breaker at worst case scenario, which, not where you want to be, but it could happen. And it looks like he drew into the resource.
Yeah. Skull Crush here. Sorry, Skull Crack here. 6 + 2 from the Blood Rush coming in for 8 here. And armor being deployed here to maintain the life total a little bit. Back to Alan. Money where your mouth is. Into Anathos for 8. On hit, create a gold. I guess something we haven't really mentioned is like, does Kayo utilize gold very well, or is it just
Absolutely. I think if you are on the Ball Breaker build, I think it opens up a lot of it opens up tunic lines when you don't have tunic, right? Because if you have 2 blues, you can pop gold, have 1 floating, and you can do your Wild Ride into Ball Breaker, right? and not risk the blue because you have one resource floating. So to pay for the wild ride, you pitch the other blue, so it's protected. And then you have 2 floating, which is exactly enough for the ball breaker. So there are some lines where KO can utilize the gold token. Just depends.
Swing big here. Definitely possible that Alan wants to block this out because a quicken token could be banked for a while. And okay, looks like he.
There goes the hat.
Yeah, looks like he only blocked for 8 there, so he took 1. So we have overpowered here.
Easy equipment block.
Yep. Scowling
Get you a mite and a
Fleshbag
vigor.
is less useful against Guardian than against other go wide, but still blocks for 2, so not too bad. Looks like Seb wants to maintain his armor for a little bit. So Betsy wins that wager. Seb plays Cast Bones and hits 5, I believe. Or 4, maybe. Yeah, 4, because he
No
cast...
scabs roll there.
Yeah, that is interesting.
So basically took the IP penalty. Final here. This one's definitely gonna hit. This is a pretty safe wager, I would say.
Yeah. It's a crazy
Unless
wager.
He's got
here.
like no fear in Arsenal. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I like Cast Bones, don't get me wrong. But I think there's points where you gotta realize, look, I gotta take advantage of this opponent's off turn and maybe roll the dice. You have a 1 in 6 chance that it's bad and a 5 in 6 chance that it's either the same or better. It's a very dangerous mindset to have if you look at it that way. That's how gambling problems develop. Start rolling the scabbies every single time.
You made that 5 and 6 sound juicy.
I know, right? Next calling, everybody's gonna be rolling dice. They'll be like, he told me it was 5 and 6.
All right, 4 might tokens popping here, but only access to 1 action this turn. Means several of these cards are probably going to be useless here.
Well, I think Scabs gets around Spinal.
Yeah, that's true.
Exactly.
Yep.
Exactly.
And looks like Seb is just again going to take the IP penalty here. Clash on test of strength here. I believe Macho Grande was a tie, right? 7 on 7. Was it Macho versus Bear Fangs? I think. No, 8 on 7.
Macho's 8.
Yep. So Betsy won that one.
That's pretty big.
Yep.
And here's a rare hat performing like a legendary.
Boots have to come in or you're never getting block out of them ever again. Chokeslam has the potential to really hurt here. It just depends on what the hand is and how it's going to line up. But see, like you didn't get fleshbag either way, and you could have stopped like one of those really large wagers. And that's why I was kind of a fan just dumping it on one of the big bets or bet bigs, whatever it's called.
Yep.
Just because it's so much guaranteed value no matter
it's a ton of value for Betsy. So this is one of the things about a new set is you have to start identifying what are the important things to use armor on. Like,
right.
It took a long time, but people eventually figured out that they should throw their armor at Lumina. Same thing here. Eventually people will figure out that they should be throwing their armor at Bet Big. All right, Blood Rush Bellow again here.
He's got to have a big turn here. Popping gold, that's not a good sign. Though it could be a good sign. Just
Yeah, it gives you
If he has
one
a-
extra resource if you can draw well.
yeah. This is the one downside of having ball breaker is you don't have the access to like the really extended plays.
Yep, with with the claw. Yep. So we can see some
But the
differences
floral
between
on this turn.
between David's deck and Seb's deck. Yep.
Oh, absolutely,
Mhm.
absolutely. But the floral in this play here is ball breaker. This is actually a very dangerous civic steps.
That's very dangerous because
because
he could ball breaker into. Well, no, it's
that
not that.
cast bones.
He could be, or okay, looks like it's just Seb's just playing bare fangs here, which is still really good here.
Just 12.
Yeah, just 12.
Yeah, just 12.
I heard 12's pretty good. Where's this even getting
Okay,
12
so
from?
getting
Is it at 6 plus 2
Uh,
and then 2 from Blood Rush? Where's the other 2 coming from?
Double blood rush.
Oh, is
Yeah.
that a double Blood Rush turn? Oh, geez. Okay. I didn't notice that. Okay, Betsy down to 3. So Alan at 3, Seb at 5 here. Betsy gonna break a gold token here. And come in with choke slam here. Oh no, he didn't break the gold token.
okay. It's an easy 2-card block if he wants it to be.
Mm-hmm.
Up to him. But if he does do that,
Could be
he
a
needs to
1-card block as
basically
well.
say, yeah, it can't be. Well, but then you lose like bare fangs, and it just depends on what the hand is. But the most important thing is he needs to be looking at his life total and say, if I don't get every card out of Betsy's hand, or at least like 2, you can't leave her with anything more than 2 cards, or you will just die.
Mm-hmm. She doesn't have access to her hat anymore, though.
Yeah, but she could play like a Money Where Your Mouth Is and then Anathos, right?
Yep.
So you just gotta be careful of but that is a 3-card hand, right? But I think Alan here, his win con is to work one of those cards into Arsenal, wait for like a 2-card hand, and then play that. And then also has the ability to pop gold and look for it, and then use the one floating to pay for Money Where Your Mouth Is and swing Anathos. So multiple options here, actually.
Yep. The one and only Dennis from Hong Kong in the chat. Go again?
Dennis.
Hell yeah,
Go
Dennis.
again?
Yeah, we always go again with Dennis. All right, back to Seb here with 2 cards here. So Betsy with 3 life here and Civic Steps, I think, can keep a 3-card hand here against most brute 2-card hands. We'll see here. He cracked gold here, and looks like it's just going to be E-Strike 7 here, which will be enough to get 2 cards here. In fact, it's probably going to get 3 cards here, because I don't think you Civic Steps this.
Yeah, it's super risky. I mean, that hand was doo-doo anyway, so I don't think it really changed anything. But swing 4 here. Or now, if he rips the yellow or blue here, then he can swing hammer for 6. That's another good move with the gold. Yep.
Yeah, Betsy is one of the few heroes that can turn on a Nothos with just 1 card. Seb gonna block with 2-3 blocks. And let's see what he can do here.
Oh.
Oh, if the tunic was on
Does
3.
Betsy have the block?
He missed the dominate. It's unfortunate.
Oh, it missed. Oh, it hit the cast bones.
Yep. Well, even if it had dominate, I don't think he's dead here because he has Civic Steps. But it was unfortunate that Seb's tunic wasn't at 3. And we just saw Betsy use her last gold token there. So, I mean, this end game, in theory, should favor Seb because he has the tunic here. We could be in this holding pattern for quite a while, actually. It looks like Seb's deck blocks a little bit better than most KO decks as well.
But Alan has realized that if he keeps the hammer at 6, then he cancels out Seb's armor.
Yep.
Right? Because you can't just block.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you can block 1 card and then 2 and then go to 1, but.
All right, so finally Seb is able to go 2 wide here. Wild Ride generating a ton of value here.
Yep. Tunic counter ball breaker. That's the whole reason it's in there.
Seeing those 2 swing bigs blocks hurts, but this Wild Ride is quite a ride.
Yeah, I think that was your chance to use Civic Steps. I think that was like the last shot you had.
Yeah.
Oh,
I agree.
Giving him tempo and 1.
That Quicken could be trouble.
Yeah, it does give. Well, it really just depends. Definitely a 1 card block with Scabbies, and then go from there. Guarantee the top card. If he has any 2 costs with a blue, it basically says that I'm swinging 2 plus ball breaker, which is pretty good. But we do have a fatigue situation going on.
Yep. Just noticed that Seb's deck is down to 13.
This is where, when I'm Alan, I'm wondering how many pulpings are in that deck.
Okay, he revealed the 6 power card on the top. And there's the pulping that you were talking about. And this might actually do it here. It did. Okay, wow. The pulping would dominate there.
Wow, the pulping.
Yeah. Well, wow. Nice job there from Seb.
Pulping, good card.
Yeah, pulping, good card. All right, let's transition back to the scoreboard here. And we'll get the...
wanna build a snowman.
We're going to get the final match set up for you guys.
Sing it, chat. All
right, well, no pressure. Just,
Yeah.
playing Prism into a popper deck. You'll be fine.
Oh gosh, don't remind me.
All right, we got Alan and Seb here in the casting booth. I'll be honest, I can't observe Talishar games very well because things happen so fast. But Nathan was there to kind of remind me what was going on there. How did you guys feel about that game?
I feel like it was a pretty straightforward one.
So it looks
it
like
was a
Kayo
good
does
tug of
love that.
war back and forth.
Yeah, it was just kind of like get value where you could.
The good time.
Chateau?
I don't know this. The Chateau was insanely good. It just makes you have the Bravo ability because you get goals always, and I just noticed yesterday that it activation doesn't destroy it, so it just destroy a goal. So you just infinite do it wages, and you get an upgrade Bravo ability with +1, and also only two costs only. So it is insane.
So Seb, I don't know if you caught the game between myself and David, but he was on a Berserk Kayo combo deck.
Mhm.
Obviously utilizing a lot of the same cards that the same core of the deck. I think probably 40 to 50 cards were the same. But can you talk about a little bit about why you chose to go with cards like Cast Bones instead of Berserk?
Yeah, it's just because I'm the kind of player where um I don't really like a ton of variance when it comes to, your deck. Like, I'm a Runeblade player at heart, so it's like I'm okay with variance, but only when the variance is mitigated by powerful stuff. And I feel like when you're building Brute, there's already so much variance that you have to play into with scab skins, and sometimes it is just correct to like roll those mathematically. Um, so it's like try to offset as much variance as I can with the deck building. That's why I only play 6 misses for sixes, being Blood Rush and Cast Bones, just because those seem like the most powerful just the most powerful cards that Brute has to offer right now, especially like I think my Cast Bones only um got in for 4 might tokens, didn't get the agility, but then he spinaled me, but I was still able to come in with one big attack, which was very nice. So just trying to take away some of the variance of Brute and play a very consistent KO deck where you're okay with, a 2-card Bear Fangs, and then, 95% of the time the top card's just going to be a 6 and you don't have to worry about it. Same thing with Wild Rides and not Pulping, but Wild Rides too, because we're playing 6 of those.
Mm-hmm. Now, that what you're saying is actually ringing very true because I noticed you weren't rolling scabs much at all, honestly.
Yeah, the only time I like to roll scabs is like they're trying to fatigue you and they gave you full tempo and you have like 2 cards that, have no go again. Like, for example, like if you have 2 reincarnates and 2 blues in your hand, and you're just like, okay, well, I'm gonna roll scabs here just because if I can get 14 value out of this hand, I'm fine with that. If I get, on average, you're gonna get 1 action point back. You're like, okay, I'm fine with that, but at least I had the chance to roll. And then even on the off chance that you roll for 1, if they're a fatigue match, sometimes it always doesn't hurt the worst. But then the only other times I like to roll scabs is like not that I like to, but it's like when you're forced into it, like you have like a wild ride that you need to hit, that you need to go again, but you also have a cast bones. And the choice is, do you let the cast bones? You're either giving it up to variance either way, either by playing the wild ride with the cast bones still in your hand and hoping that you don't hit the cast bones, or rolling scabs trying to get some additional action points, which I rather do in that case, and try to roll a 4, 5, or 6, play the cast bones, then play my wild rife safely, without discarding that and missing it.
Nathan noticed at the very end of the game that you were actually close to fatiguing out. You had like 10 cards left.
Yeah.
Was that something that you had to think about at the very end of the game there?
Yeah, the good thing is like a lot of your blues are 5 power attacks and things that can kind of chip in at the end. Plus, like how I had the deck built, it was like with reincarnates in there. So as you're discarding those throughout the game, because I played 63 cards, because I'm like, I expect that I can go to fatigue, but it's also Betsy, so I know he's probably playing some 2 blocks. He's not probably fully in on the Guardian fatigue strat like Victor is or Bravo can pivot into. So I was just like 63 with the reincarnates, going to the bottom as I'm triggering those with the random discard effects. And um yeah, and we kinda got there. I knew I had some pulpings. I knew I had at least 1 pulping left. And yeah, it kinda just worked out really nicely there with the dominate to end it.
All right, sounds good.
Nathan pointed out early on that you could have cashed in your armor to take advantage of one of those big Betty. I'm not sure what it's called, but
Bet
the
bigs.
Majestic to get all that
Bet
value
big.
that she potentially bet big.
Mhm.
Did you consider maybe cashing in that armor because you would have gotten the value of stopping her from getting those tokens and gaining the tokens yourself?
Um The only one that I felt like I was like, man, I really should have blocked that was, I think he had like one hammer for 8 that I could have blocked maybe. I think that's what it was. And he made like 3 or 4 tokens off that. I was like, oh my goodness, like I should have blocked that one out. Because I think he activated like, a couple different of his effects to get those. But I think for the most part, I was like okay with. I was just waiting for like the spinal overpower, or like something with like a really nasty on hit effect, or one of those bet bigs. But I think on the turns that he had the bet bigs, like one was early. I just wasn't comfortable giving up armor yet, and I think I also had a good hand. And the other one, I think I just had like a crazy blood rush hand, so I was like, I'm okay with letting you have those tokens, because if you're taking this entire turn to utilize them, that's a fair trade for me, If you don't want to do anything other than like the gold's the only one that kind of sticks around and it hurts, but it's like if you want to make use of those other tokens, you're gonna have to take a lot of this blood rush turn. So that's the trade-off I did there.
Okay, cool.
Okay,
Well, I'm gonna go play my match.
Yeah, so you guys can begin in about a minute and a half or so. So, all right, so we are going to be back on TTS. We have game 5 here. As you guys can see, we got Willie B on Prism up against the one and only Jack Tang on Rhinar. Now, Nathan, this on paper looks like a complete nightmare of a matchup, right?
Oh, 100%.
Rhinar has 40-something poppers, has access to action points, has access to Blood Rush Bellow, and yeah, there's a lot of things that can go wrong. All right.
However,
transition into the game now.
Will can kind of like double aura kind of situation and basically put Jack in a situation to where he has to roll scabbies to clear the auras, and he rolls a 1. That's how Will runs away with this game.
Yep.
Especially because Jack did not bring the gambler gloves. That's going to be a massive.
This is the exact same layout that Kayo used, and I have a feeling that this is going to be a very, very, very aggressive game here from Jack. Prism should begin the game at 32. I'm sure they will figure that out shortly. So we have Iris Prism here, Nathan. Is that the best way to approach this instead of Luminaris 3.0?
Yes, the only way to approach this, I think. I mean, theoretically, you could do Herald and then a bunch of like, what's that card? Angelic Wrath or whatever, where it decreases the opponent's attack or whatever.
No, that's Blinding Beam? But it costs 1.
No, they printed one in Dusk Till Dawn. They printed one in
Fury?
Dusk Till Dawn.
It gives
something
+4 to the attack, but it doesn't make it unpoppable.
There's one card where it decreases
the opponent's
attack
value.
on
Okay.
Yeah, something like that.
Well, that would be cool.
Like
yeah,
like there's just something you can kind of like combine, and like if you do run to a deck with some 6s, like it's a good insurance plan. I don't think it's a great card. However, if you're like all the way in on the aura plan, it's like the only shot you got kind of situation. But yeah, I think Will is just, I mean, I definitely get Jack's strategy. He's going to try and intimidate those cards that already don't block out of Will's hand. So he can't even think about blocking with them. Because half of Prism's cards. Oh, here we go.
Here we go. Jack, a bad after chat's heart here.
Well, there's just so much opportunity here, right? You get to chance. Oh,
okay. All right. He hits a 5, gets 2 action points here. All right. Now what?
There's a real chance that he could put Prism to 25, like easy.
Also, it ensures that Prism cannot do any shenanigans, like a yellow aura at instant speed here on this turn, without taking a ton of damage here. Also allows him to filter two cards with claws if he wants to. Reprimand is the card you guys are talking about. Okay.
Okay, I was expecting something a little better than Claw for 3.
I think he's just trying to filter with he wants to filter double blue here. I think he has 1 red, 3 blues, if I had to guess. Okay, never mind. Okay, just trying to Okay.
Okay.
Alright, wage agility. Pretty good here. Agility not really the best for Prism.
Oh, is he going to 25?
I certainly hope not. Okay, there.
Oh,
it just adjusted
he
to
was
32.
fixing his life. Okay.
Yeah, there's no way you're even if it's like Genesis, I don't think you do it, right?
Yeah. I mean, the interesting thing about this specific card is like there's no real way that Prism can utilize that agility token, right? Like, yes, he can give.
Oh, geez, okay. He's going for it. He's going to 25 here.
Okay. Now,
wait.
This could be
okay. Yeah,
this could be worth it though, because it's going to give all of Rhinar's cards minus -1.
Yep.
Which includes when they're being used as a popper, and it's very important for Rhinar because Rhinar always his whole deck is constructed around paying the highest pitch value 6 card you can find, right? And so like very rare does Rhinar have a card that's 7 or 8, right? You have Swing Big and Alpha Rampage, and I think that's probably actually it. Everything else just like really rides that line, unless he's running like Assault and Battery or cards like that.
Of note, this doesn't affect the cards that are in the deck. So it's just attacking and defending cards. So it looks like Will's going to pitch a blue here and attack with the Parabolt for 4 with Go again.
And it does give him something to swing, which is kind of good too.
Yep.
So all in all, I think it was worth it. Interesting. Jack decided not to wager, it seems, because I don't see an agility token.
I think his assumption was, well, it's turn 0. Like, you're going to have to...
Right.
You're going to block, right? Like...
But I mean, like I said, I don't think Prism can utilize an agility token. So, like, what risk are you really... I don't know. Here it goes.
Wagering on
if
turn
it's a
0
1,
seems kind of risky. All right, here we go. Another Gambler's Gloves, Scabskin Leathers roll from Jack. And like Nathan pointed out at the beginning of the game, if this is a 1, this is how Prism could run away with the game here. All right.
That's not a 1.
That's not a 1. Okay. Okay, so 2 action points here. And Savage Feast going to be the opener here. Savage Feast, one of those cards that you really need extra action points with because you're going to draw a card. And you want to utilize those cards.
Now, what's the target is the question.
Yeah,
I guess it's kind of silly because if he was going Aura, he would just go Claw. So this has got to go to him, and then he's probably...
He has to discard to give the Claw Go again. Unless you're talking about just using the Scabskins for giving the Claw Go again to start the turn.
Oh, right. So it's going to Claw and then Claw into an Aura for the second Claw, probably.
Okay, so...
I'm tracking.
So we got
Intimidate
here.
Right.
Now, how annoying is Intimidate for Prism?
Well,
Like,
it does kind of force her in some situations where if they are going to play an Aura, they basically have to make the decision right then and there, which gives the Rhinar player even more.
And it makes
or you could take the D-React.
Yeah, if you took the resources for the D-React or you took the D-React, yeah. Okay, pretty good here. Prism definitely wants a couple cards in Soul. That way she can flip Figments. But it seems like it's very unlikely that she's going to be getting many Figments out because Heralds are not going to hit, right? So how is she going to manually play the Figments? Is that... Or is she just going to use the Halo to get one pop? Or one shot at that? Or Genesis?
Now, Parable is in effect right now, right?
Yes.
So these claws should only be coming in.
No, that's attack action only.
Oh, you're right. You're right.
Yep.
Okay, so at double claw, the claws have go again, and then he's going to throw something into the Parable or the passing, either one.
Looks like
Yep.
Parable Humility.
Cadaverous into Parable. Yep.
I believe Cadaverous has to hit, right? So it's not hitting. Okay.
That's correct.
Okay, pretty good turn here.
Oh no, he's sending it at will.
Wow.
He's just going for it. I respect it.
That's crazy. Okay. Okay, so that is a very important point of this game. Jack saying, I'm not going to clear the auras. I'm going to punch your face. I'm going to draw a Blood Rush Bellow, and then you're going to die. That seems to be the plan here.
It's actually pretty interesting. Will has an opportunity to just yeet a Herald here because he has the shelter from passing and Parable for that matter. Or he can double blue into
swing
8.
Yeah.
Just depends on what the hand allows.
Is this the start of Will's third turn? Should Tunic tick up, or is this the second turn? This might be actually the second
This is
turn.
Will's second turn.
Will's second turn, okay. Already almost half HP. That's not the greatest. This could be a Halo activation here. Normally, Prism would have some shelter against a big turn with ALS, but Scabskins kind of works around that.
Well, that's probably the worst case scenario. So this is a great example of how the Intimidate could be so valuable. It's very likely that the Figment of Rebirth got intimidated, and that left him with a blue and a yellow and no Herald. So he theoretically would have had to.
Why doesn't he just?
He could have
Arsenal the Figment.
Well, you don't want to do that. That's bad. But
it's an instant,
theoretically, he could have blocked with the. He could have pitched the blue for the Soul Shield, and then also used Footsteps on the Claw, and then pitched the Figment for the Herald. It's not the best Herald; it's Triumph, but like better than a 2-card for Clash of Agility.
Looks like the Herald's Protection beats the
Rhinar lost.
Sketch plan. Yep. Rhinar with a stick lost to the Protective Angel. Sounds about right. All right, Jack. He's
rolling
3
every turn.
Every turn, baby.
Let's go, Jack.
Oh no!
No, this is how it ends, Jack. Fast turn.
Dun dun dun.
Fast turn. Oh wait, he forgot to play his ready to roll. I'm just kidding.
All right, Will.
And agility pops, so he can yeet an angel with no phantasm with go. Oh, that's so gross.
Yep. Hopefully, Will drew a Herald here.
Oh man, this is how it happens.
Yep.
Time to yeeteth, deleteth. Now we're probably gonna see a flesh bag block here.
Yep.
More than likely, if I had to guess. The question is, can Will structure his turn away? Like a good example would be pitch a blue, have another blue in hand, along with a 4-cost aura, and
Pitch, play, and then 2 float. Yep.
Yeah, in response to the trigger, you can just drop the aura from hand and you no longer have anything. So this is Herald of Protection. That's a good one. It doesn't have a break point, which is kind of unfortunate. But it does get tempo, which is kind of nice.
Mm-hmm. All right, taking Tunic here. And gonna pitch in yellow to swing the Passing Mirage.
Oh, he was missing a blue basically. It was what the problem was.
Yep. Looks like Jack gonna take 4 here, drop to 26. And another Passing Mirage. Well,
No more Phantasm for the whole game.
Yeah, no more Phantasm for the whole game, basically.
Into swing big?
Could be. Looks like lead with speed, gonna make a agility token, and then claw into what?
Into claw.
Claw into face, I presume here. Reckless.
Well,
swing
I think
being
he's
pitched.
debating on. Yeah, you have to send 6 face because like spending 6 damage on aura is not where you want to be. It is not where you want to be. But either way, that one roll just flipped the game to where I wouldn't say Will's quite favored yet, but he's in a way better position than he was just 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, it narrows the routes that Jack has to victory, right? Because with a single Passing Mirage on the board, you're like, okay, maybe I can destroy it. But now that there's 2, it's like, okay, we're just leaving them for the rest of the game here. And I think this also locks Jack into rolling scabs again. Look, he didn't do it this turn, but sometime in the future, I think he's gonna have to do it.
Well, because he has the agility token,
Yeah,
he doesn't have
has
to
an agility
next
token.
turn. It's the turn
not
after.
next turn, but the turn after probably has to roll again. Yep.
Although Jack's still sitting good with a full suite of armor. I mean, not really budging on that.
Yep.
He's really wondering what to attack, I think.
So I think Will's taking 6 here. He did take 6. Deploying Genesis here at the end of his own turn. Or end of Jack's turn, sorry. Start of turn, Genesis trigger. Tunic trigger. Genesis putting Genesis into Soul. You're going to generate a shield, draw a card. So this is where old Prism would pitch a yellow, make a spectral shield, and swing.
I hate you. Yep. And now this Prism swings for 4.
Yep. Much more fair, guys.
Or Arsenal.
Or Arsenals. Okay. All right, Jack.
No.
I'm very worried here because if this is I think Jack is a very good Rhinar player. He could set up a triple quad intimidate very, very easily here. And I think
that's Bloodrush spell is about to flip over.
Command and Conquer with agility sounds good too. All right, target here. So I think he's going to spend a claw somewhere on Genesis. So
now it's only 5.
Yeah, CNC for 5 is like, okay.
Theoretically, if he does want to do some like aura shenanigans, he can pitch and pay for the footsteps and have the spectral shield. So this is technically could be a 1-card block and then footsteps and spectral. Depending on what
He's just
he
gonna
wants to do.
he's just gonna play the Figment out at his feet here.
Okay.
Oh, I get why you said playing Figments is a bad idea because it costs 4. I see. Right, that makes a lot of sense.
Super.
I thought they were like, I'm used to like instants costing near 0. Yep. All right, so looks like he's just going to take 3 here. And why is the Figment of Protection in the graveyard?
He might be triggering Prism.
I don't know. I think that's not correct, right? But maybe I'm missing something.
No, Figment can't be like destroyed or anything. It's just there.
Yeah. All right, we have Wage Agility here.
Oh, maybe I know they probably shortcut it. He probably like summoned and everything, and then the angel has ward 4.
Right. Okay. That's okay. Yep. You're right.
Yeah. Okay,
that makes sense.
Maybe they just shortcut it.
All right. Genesis, unfortunately, seeing no targets. All right, back to Jack here. And I think we're one Blood Rush Bellow away from Prism's life evaporating here. Although, pretty good board here. Oh boy.
He's reaching.
Okay, looks like we're going with Smashback Ailhorn, Agility
Smashback
Might.
Ale.
All right.
Okay.
So even if he rolls a 1 on the Scabbies, it's not a complete disaster here. He will effectively set
That means
up
he'll
the
be
turn.
set up on the following turn. Yep.
All right, Agility Might here. Or sorry, Agility. Yeah, Agility Might is correct. Yep. And we got Scabby's roll here. All right, here we go. Roll number 4. So he's gotten all 3 of the possibilities, right?
Oh, he rolled a 1.
No,
okay.
he was using the Q and E thing. Okay. Okay, so 1 action point here. So nothing happened, no harm, no foul here. Yeah, you're correct. The Prism should be down 1 soul right now. If they shortcutted the flip.
Yeah.
All right. Pitch. For Clash of Agility. Which, in this case, is just regular 6 here. So Will definitely wants to hang on to a card here to put into Genesis here. Genesis may be, a way to get back ever so slowly here. And this is only for 5 here, so it's not, It's very interesting that Jack decided to fight through this Parable of Humility in this manner here. Okay, so this plus the Spectral Shield gonna block. It's gonna take 1. What? That can't be right.
Wait, what just happened?
He played Fate Foreseen and blocked with Herald of Triumph. 7 on 5.
It comes in for. It's a 7 attack, so it comes in for 6, right?
Yeah, sorry, yeah. 7 on 6. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry. I thought
he only wasted 1 block.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, Merciful Retribution going into Soul here. So Genesis.
I don't know if he opted, but he should opt. It's very important.
Yep.
Okay.
He did. Okay, so we got 2 Spectral Shields here, and looks like we're gonna have at least 4 damage coming across. Probably. I mean, if I'm Will, I think I don't want anything in Arsenal here.
Oh, this is not good for Jack if he's blocking.
Yep. That can signal the end of the Yeah. So I think Will realizing, yep, I don't want to get my arsenal blown up by CNC or the new Majestic. Agility and might triggering at the start of Jack's turn here. 5-card hand here. We know he has blue barraging beatdown, and using it for its effect. Gonna intimidate a card here, and I think we're gonna see a multi-card intimidate here. And something like Alpha Rampage here would probably kill it here. Or, okay, so having to do this in a very specific way. Okay. Alright, so Blood Rush, Bellow, discarding Runner, pitching Reckless Swing, so he has 2 floating here. Gonna draw 2 cards. So if he
really
draws,
needs a blue off the draw.
Yeah, he definitely wants a blue here. He probably has something good in Arsenal. So this is
if he draws double blue here, it's insane.
Mm-hmm. He'll be able to go 3 wide here. Why did the Herald of Erudition go to Soul?
He activated Prism's ability.
Oh, Halo, yep. Okay. Okay. Grabbing a Figment.
Triumph.
Figment of Triumph, yep.
This gives all attack action.
So the claws are still coming in for a beefy 5 here.
Right, but anything that comes after is a -2 now.
I've seen this play line from Jax many times here. Because he still has his chest piece, it doesn't actually matter what he draws on the Blood Rush. There's 2 claws coming in this turn. Wait, the card cross trap stipulates attack action card, right? Okay.
That's correct.
Yeah, there's basically going to be multi-claw attack here. All right, so attack action cards your opponent's control get -1 this turn. So actually, he did not succeed on the Blood Rush Bellow thing. So he's not getting to draw a card, right?
No, he hit. Runner's a 6.
Yeah, but the Figment of Triumph, does it lower Runner?
No, you don't control a card until it hits the chain.
Okay. So he did succeed on Blood Rush Bellow. Okay, so
yeah, it has to be in the arena for you to control it.
Okay. Heart and Cross Drop being broken here. Discounting the next attack action by 2. So runner.
Oh, that's insane.
That's real
he
good.
Remix the agility token.
Yeah, he remakes the agility token. The might is going to pop on this, so this is 9 go again. Woohoo. All right, gonna sink below, block with 2 here, gonna take 3. And he's out of cards here. Okay, Tunic, sink 2 shields. And he did not block it with 2 cards. 2 non-equipment cards. So barraging beatdown will trigger. So we'll let these guys figure out the damage here. So it's coming in for 7 after the Parable and the Triumph. 7 or 9. Looks like it's going to be 9. And then Will blocked.
I think Will's just dead, no matter what.
Yeah, I think he's dead to double claw here.
He can't double claw, but he can pop chest into.
Well, he already popped the chest.
Oh yeah, he still has a card. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. He's.
Oh, it's a red. And it's a non-brute red.
Oh, so this only comes in for 4.
Yeah. It covered.
Oh man.
Huh. Wow. So Will lives with 2 cards. Wow.
And can trigger
Genesis.
Genesis at the beginning
Yeah.
of his turn. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
All
I mean,
right,
he's not in a good spot, but okay.
This is where your heart skips a beat. You're like, oh god, the Prism's not dead yet. Come on. Like, don't get me wrong, Jack is ahead now, but this is where he's like, oh come on. Looks like that's a very quick taking of 4, and for Will's sake, that hopefully that's a direct going into Arsenal. All right, agility pops from the runner last turn. 5-card Rhinar here, staring down a 6 health Prism. All right,
8.
swing big with the agility token.
Okay.
So 8 go again here, getting -1 from the parallel.
-1, so 7.
Yeah, I don't
7,
know.
yeah.
I don't know where the Figment went. Shouldn't he have Figment of
Full
Triumph
block.
somewhere?
They probably shortcut it again, and that only lasts the turn it comes out. The -1 effect.
All right, block for 7 here from Will. A quicken token being given to our Prism player. And is that the end? No, that can't. Jack had go again. That had go again. Okay, so at minimum, 1 more attack here from Jack. I think we're seeing like Rhinar being more clunky than Kayo this game.
Absolutely, absolutely.
We got another swing big here for 8. And
no intimidate.
7.
Okay. Full cover up.
Jeez. So 7 on 7 there. Will gets to keep his shield, which means Genesis again.
So that turn cycle was actually huge.
Yes.
Jack used an agility token
And didn't break
did
through.
0 damage, and Will got a Genesis trigger basically. So the whole turn cycle, -1 agility on Jack's end and +1 shield for Will. So like really good
at the
turns.
cost of a
and all for
D-react in
nothing.
Arsenal, though. Yep.
All for nothing.
Yep.
Oh,
we
no
got-
blue.
Oh,
No blue.
No blue. That's a red Savage Feast entering the pitch zone here.
Get my boy blue.
This is a bit risky here. Okay, you don't want to banish a beast within here. Okay, so that is red Show No Mercy there, which is really good. So intimidate here.
Do you want to build a snowman?
Draw 2. Did you find the blues, Jack?
Did he hit it?
We know one of the cards is red. And he found a yellow and a red. Okay, so this is... Okay, I mean, send packing, wage agility, entering the pitch stones, show no mercy. Okay, this is
7. And if Will blocks with
this is
if he blocks with 2
7.
cards, it goes to 10.
Mm-hmm.
If he blocks with both cards, it goes to 10.
Yep, 7 or 10 here. So I think it's correct for Will to just block with a single card here. So 2 Spectral Shields and a card from hand would take him down to 4. We do need to note that Jack does play Reckless Swing, so definitely correct play here to block with 1 card, but I mean, I guess there's a world where you actually drop to 1 as well. Ooh, really? The foot's... So he's going to be pitching this turn? The footsteps don't block unless you pay into them. So we have Show No Mercy coming in for 7 or 10 here. And Will is going to pitch and so... Okay, so this is 10 now. Up against 6, 7, 8, 9. So Will take 1 damage here. Loses footsteps. And... Okay, I mean, but he still has the card that got intimidated, so... Can still have...
Right into Genesis.
Yeah. Yep. Oh, he had 2. All right, Genesis trigger. I mean, do we think that Jack should have killed Genesis like 7 turns ago?
No, because his hands haven't really given him the ability to.
Mm-hmm. All right.
This is a good flashback here, though.
Yes. This is going to put a blue into the arsenal of Will, most likely.
Will's at 5. I don't know how many opportunities you're going to get value out of flashback, or the possible value, because you're going to be stripping just about all of his hand.
Taking 2, dropping to 10 here. And yeah, I mean, Will's going to have to put this blue into arsenal. I guess he might as well, right?
It could not be a blue. I mean, he did draw a random card off Genesis, so there's no real telling what it is.
All right, we're back to Scabbies. This roll determines the game, I think, right?
Yeah.
We got a 5.
That's pretty good.
That is pretty good. Okay, that's often all you need for like a Savage Feast. Yep, this is a play pattern I've noticed. He loves to get Savage Feast with action points, and this turn could go fairly wide here, I think. All right, discarding a card. Intimidate and draw 1. Okay, gonna block this out. Claw coming in for 3 here. Blocking that out, and I think he's gonna die to a big attack here. Claw coming in for 3, taking 2, dropping to 3, and pitch into something. Yep. There we go. There's the overkill. Wrecker Romp gonna pay for send packing, and poetically, send packing is going to send our team packing. And he didn't even use his Apex Bonebreaker the whole game.
Nope. That sure would have been a good gambler's glove.
Yep, it would have. GG. All right. Well, can't get them all the time.
I think that's the first time I've ever seen a parable get like 10 value and not win the game.
Yep. Well, I mean, we're dealing with new Prism now.
It's just wild.
It's because this Prism can't extract. Like if you looked at the games and then like compared this play pattern, like if you leave Genesis plus all that alive, you die within 3 turns, right? Whereas this Prism couldn't do that. So, all right, transitioning back to the scoreboard here. Okay, guys, as you can see with the scoreboard, it has been a very good night for Guardians and Brutes, and not so great for Warriors and Illusionists. I wonder why.
A nail biter of an evening.
Yes,
what a fun time.
Yeah. All right, so we got Willie
I
B
was talking to
and Jack Tang here. Yep. What were you saying?
Yeah,
Hello,
I'm here.
I was just talking to Jack about how I was excited when he didn't flip over Gambler's gloves. I was like, got a chance, but he played it well, and it was a good game. I had fun.
Yep. All right, Jack. I think you
very
made the
lucky guy.
decision very early that you were not going to punch auras. You were just going to try to rush Prism down, and it looks like that was successful. Is that generally your strategy against Prism?
To be honest, I never played with the new Prism before, so I have no idea what I should do. So I would just try to, because I see she's at 32 health at first, and I kind of get in some like maybe 10 or more damage in early turns. So I would just try to rush through the remaining half of her life, and I think I got the first Blood Rush Fellow at when my deck is like 45 cards left, but it was not a very good one, and the second one is terrible. But I somehow get through some damage with the Genesis up there. So yeah, very lucky dice rolls, I would say.
No,
Will, from your side, do you think? I guess your build was like a hybrid of Iris plus Luminaris, right?
yes, it's a Iris main board with Luminaris as a sideboard package. Luminaris is for your ninjas and your ruin blades, but it is a strictly Iris deck list for the most part. And into the Guardians and the Brutes, it's usually very good. But Jack identified very quickly, and I was very impressed by this. Most Brutes I fight consider it part of their task to kill one Spectra or multiple Spectras a turn, and that's how I beat them. Him ignoring the Spectras really caught me off guard, and it was the right choice.
Jack is a very experienced Brute player, even though he hasn't played that matchup. His intuition on play Blood Rush Bellows to the face was correct.
Well, that's just too many damage to stop by the arrow if I attack the Spectre, because it just stopped my whole turn.
All right. Well, yeah, looks like a blue pitch. You guys got this one 3-2. Congratulations.
Yay, we finally got one.
Yep.
Let's go blue pitch. Hell yeah.
That was a good fun. So I guess we're gonna head into heavy hitters with I think all these decks, are still, this isn't even week 1. This is like week 0 deck lists. I don't think any of these deck lists are near their final form, except maybe Kayo. Kayo seems pretty straightforward to build. But I don't think Kassai or Olympia or Dorinthia are near their final form. Same with Betsy and Rhinar and Prism. Yep, I think that's pretty much going to wrap things up. Just a couple of announcements, and we also want to thank some of our sponsors. So if you are looking for sealed product, one of the best ways to go do that is going to the Magnolia Gaming website and going to their shop. They have sealed boxes and sealed cases available for purchase. You can use the affiliate link in the description below. That will help us out quite a bit, because then Magnolia will know that we sent you there, and then, it's a symbiotic partnership. Also, we want to thank fabric.gg. They recently put up the they posted the card usage rates for all the new heroes. So that's where you can see like, okay, what percentage of Olympia players are playing Great Axe? Well, it's like 60%, right? So that if you want, to learn a couple of things about how decks are typically built, or get some inspiration for how to build your deck, you can go to fabric.gg. Finally, we want to thank Dragon Shield as well for sponsoring the Card Guys. Also, Jack, you are kind of the organizer of Blue Pitch, so we would like to thank you as well. I think Kyle and I were talking to you trying to organize things, so thanks to you as well, Jack. Is there any other things we need to shout out, or are we good?
I think that's it. Everybody enjoy their pre-release if you haven't enjoyed one already.
Yep.
And we'll see everybody in Hartford.
Yep.
Well, thanks TheCardGuyz and my teammates and Kyle for all the hard works and making this up every set. So if you guys are going to the LA or maybe Phuket, some of us will be there. So
great.
We'll meet.
Great. We will.
Yeah, see you there.
We'll get a good.
We'll get a good steak.
Yeah, sure. We also got some new tokens to distribute. So yeah.
Great.
Ooh, fun.
All right.
So
Been,
I'll see you guys.
Yeah, we'll see you later, Jack.
So long, Jack. So long from the Card Guys. Thanks for tuning in, everybody, and everybody have a wonderful night.
Yep.
Or morning.
Yep, or morning. We have
Or morning.
viewers all over the place. You guys can catch more of the Card Guys live streams this weekend and rolling into next week. All the guys on the team are streaming these days, so I'm sure you guys will find all the fab content you want and more on the channel coming up. All right, wrapping us up. We're getting us out of here. See you guys. Take care. Bye-bye.
Thanks for
Bye.
joining us, everybody.